fully wasn't there. I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, can't find him. He said, what do you mean can't find him? I said, he's not in the house.
Can't find him. Where is he? And in the last days, we learned that the official law enforcement search is actually scaling back. This as TikTokers and YouTubers are flooding the area, conducting their own searches. Listen to Eric Craddock, Chief Deputy, Sumner County Sheriff's.
Really want to come to the community and ask for your help. We need you to search.
Samuel, I don't know how to lie. Well, you've come to the right place. How can I be of service? Well, lying is a crucial life skill, but the biggest liar I know won't teach me. Wrong. Yes, he will. Lying takes practice, homie. That's why I try to tell one doozy in every room I walk into. Did you tell one in this room? Call that short guy over there Stretch. Lucky for you, I have developed a foolproof lying strategy. I call it the Pants on Fire Technique, or POF for short. Ready? Yes. P. Praise. Start every lie with a compliment. Something about their personality or their appearance or their sharp new suspenders.
What if they're not wearing any suspenders?
Oh, any accessory will do. People are desperate for validation. Next, O, as in obviously. If they're skeptical of your lie, simply repeat the word obviously.
How many times?
I play it by ear, but I like to vary my tones. Finally, F, for flee the scene. Lying invites follow-up questions, and follow-up questions kill lies, but you can't follow up with a man who isn't there. Observe. Hey, Bob, I need tomorrow off. I have a dentist appointment.
Again? I don't know, Zahid.
Well, if you don't want me to go, I won't. What you think of me really matters. You're kind of like my role model. Also, sweet giraffe tie.
Thanks. It's my spirit animal. Okay. Well, if I let you go, you understand it's just this once because it's an emergency, right?
Obviously.
Okay, then I guess...
Bye, see you later, buddy.
I was skeptical, but that was very impressive.
I know. And I threw in an extra tip for you. Call him buddy. Works every time. Because who would lie to their buddy?
I see.
Not at the moment. There just hasn't really been any movement from what I understand. The FBI is involved to the extent that they have put out a reward for information. I don't know. I feel like the truth about that case is so obvious. In this circumstance, it's just the police refusing to do their jobs. I mean, that family should never have been allowed to leave town. All of the same mistakes that were made with JonBenet Ramsey were made with the Rogers family, and that is so disheartening to see that nobody learned anything. Yeah.
One second,
so,
Tony, 1 second.
I do think they're extremely similar cases. They are so similar.
Yeah.
In terms of the parents' behavior. I will say, I mean, the one thing this has done,
2 minutes, Tony.
studying JonBenet Ramsey, is it's made me more confident that Katie could be in on it.
Yeah, that's a great point.
So, I don't know. It's hard to say if anything will ever happen with that case. I have become considerably less confident that Sebastian is still alive. Early on, it was my hope. I thought there was definitely a possibility of that. It's now at the point where I can't see how he could be. You can't hide him this long, this effectively. You need to go to a doctor. He need to, he need to be in school. Like there would be something. He's gonna need clothes, food. Somebody would have known something's off. So, unfortunately, I do think it's very possible that it was a murder, not a kidnapping. Yeah, that one makes me sad. because it was very much solvable. I think it's very obvious who's responsible. I think the motive is there. I think that the history is there. In that case, we have a guy who has admitted to abusing his stepson. We have a guy who is on record in the court system as having attempted to kidnap his own daughter using the legal system, who has been sent to conflict resolution and parenting classes, who has been repeatedly denied custody of his daughter in spite of trying over and over, in spite of, going out of his way to make it seem like the mother was unfit. I don't know. I genuinely cannot comprehend how this has not been solved, but unfortunately the FBI can only get involved if it's reported as a kidnapping, and it never has been.
A girl is fair game until there's a ring on it. And I mean a wedding ring. An engagement ring just means she's ready for one more mistake. Okay, this is perfect. Watch this.
Sometimes I wish I was smooth like Zahid. Of all the people I know, he's the best at girls.
And that's how you do it. Now, I'm gonna go hide in the back, because that guy said he's gonna kick my ass, and he has a neck tattoo, so,
Okay guys, welcome to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative, and I see everyone in here today. Thank you, Hey Jude, for dropping the Lore Lodge. I had to add that in. I have clipped to Tony's video, and I wanted to kind of go over a little bit of that. I apologize for last night. It seems that the weather got me as well. I know a lot of people were stuck in bad weather conditions and things like that last night, so it just kind of kicked me off of here and it wouldn't let me try to go back on, so I just cut the video short. I wanted to put a couple of clips in there just basically because I didn't know where we all left off last night. I know which was the last clip that I played, but I just don't know where exactly that we left off. So hopefully we're all in the right spot now, and I think I might just play that last clip that we watched last night. It's so good to see everybody. Good to see you, brown-eyed girl. Good to see you. Thank you, Tony, for coming in earlier. Chief, nice to see you. We have Star. Good to see you, Star. Good to see you, Trishy. Oh, everybody's here. That's awesome. Awesome show, Poodles. Good evening to you. Wonderful, guys. Wonderful. And snacks. Hey Jude says snacks. I was watching my live yesterday and I realized that I just pop all the comments up there, and I didn't realize that that was probably not the best practice. So we'll try something a little bit different. But yeah, I just want to kind of dive right back into what we were discussing yesterday. So how come they're lying so much? How come we can't get a good read on where Chris was? We know that Katie was in the house. Allegedly, I'm guessing that her phone was checked and the dump was done and everything we talked about before, and she was in the house. We do know that Seth was at work that night, and we just do not know the whereabouts of Mr. Proudfoot. They're very unclear, and so I wanted to kind of dive back into that. I was also beating a dead horse last night. I do remember that, and basically saying that I don't know why they chose to go to the Texas Roadhouse. So someone brought up the Cracker Barrel. I'm not sure about that. I don't have any other knowledge about it. If you guys do know something about it, I gotta put my New Year's banner up. But if you guys know something about it, we can definitely discuss it tonight. But the only thing I know about is the Texas Roadhouse. It's where they went to eat for dinner that night, and no one ordered a steak. So it's super curious to me. And I'd love to know what you guys think of it. Yeah, brown eyed girl, he says put a ring on it. Those are clips from a show called Atypical, and it's a Netflix show. Hollywood doesn't always do the best job of getting it right when it comes to portraying people on the spectrum, but that show is so hilarious and it's so lighthearted and sweet. It's about a teenager who is learning to kind of socialize, and we all know that when someone's on the spectrum, it is difficult for them. Social and emotional issues arise and things like that, and so it's just something that I hope does help teenagers. It's a little risque of a show at points, but it's funny, and I just thought it was cute, so I wanted to bring that in since we were talking about good liars, bad liars, liars, and then also how Chris thought he was being so smooth, reminded me of Zahid when he thinks that he's the master when it comes to hitting on the ladies. And she says, of course something's wrong. We shouldn't be talking about this. Yeah, because it shouldn't have ever happened. I agree with that. Yes. Yes, I'm glad everybody is safe. I'm very safe. All right, girl. And then I also wanted to apologize to Joseph if he's in here, because I read his comment wrong yesterday, and so I apologize. I realized that when I watched the replay as well. So Joseph, if you're out there, I am very sorry. What you said was super sweet, and I appreciate what you said. So that being said, hey Dreams, welcome in everyone. And while people are still coming in on the way in, you guys just talking amongst yourselves. Oh, you're married. Oh yeah. Oh, I thought. Hey Jude, I read yours wrong just now. Speaking of which, I thought you said you married Josh from the lab. I was like, oh wow, congratulations. That's hilarious. Okay, so we'll just watch that very last clip that we watched last night really fast, just to kind of like jog our memory, or for people that didn't get to make it in. So here we go.
The devices in the home, have they all been looked at by law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am, they have. Yes, everything has been thoroughly looked at in our house as well as the father's house, excuse me.
The computer and stuff that Sebastian used at his biological dad's, did they take that as well?
Yes, ma'am. Everything has been completely between both households. Everything has been extremely thoroughly scanned, reviewed, everything.
Okay, well that's good to know. They took the devices from his bio dad's house too.
And if they want to come back and get more devices, like I said, we've opened this house up to everything. If they want it, they come and get it. There is no hesitations, and off they go.
And did they also take the devices from the school as well that Sebastian may have used when you said they took all the devices from your house and from the bio dads? Did they also take the school devices as well to look at?
Sebastian didn't have devices that he had at school. But anything and everything, if he had something, has already been scanned and thoroughly searched. And like I said, if you refer back to that TBI news link and the technology proportion, I believe all of that will answer all those questions.
It's just infuriating. There's no leads. There's nothing. It's just like he vanished in the middle of the night.
Exactly.
And the door's just locked. I get it. And your interior was searched. It wasn't searched with luminol, though, right?
With the forensics?
Yeah.
No, they didn't, as far as I know.
They brought the hounds in, I think. Didn't they?
Yes, they asked us whether they can bring the dogs in. We allowed the dogs in the house.
What were they doing? What were they looking for in the backyard?
I do not know.
Do you recall them out there taking pictures and scoping out the backyard?
They came and did some mapping of the neighborhood, but I don't know anything as far as like pictures and shit like that in the backyard. No.
Yeah, it was right there. It would be probably close to where like a fire pit area is, or a window.
That I do not know.
Because they were doing that, and that was just, it made me curious.
Question to you guys. When police came in and processed your home, did they look with, for instance, luminol Did they check? What did they do when they searched your home?
They thoroughly searched my home with many different things. They removed some things for the dogs to hold the scent, and for Sebastian's DNA. I know that they used thermal
Night imagery.
night vision, thank you. And I don't know exactly all of the tools that they used, but I do know that multiple different searches were done on my home by many different people, detectives, sheriffs, and a few others.
Yeah,
Even the dogs.
I wouldn't swear that the forensics folks showed up or not, because there were so many folks in and out of the house that it was just, hi, I'm so-and-so with law enforcement. I'm so-and-so with law enforcement. Okay.
Every time they've said we need to look, or please do.
Does Sebastian have a hardwood floor or a carpeted floor?
In his bedroom?
Carpet.
Yes. Carpeting.
Carpet.
Did they remove any carpeting?
No, ma'am.
Do you feel confident they searched his bathroom?
They did.
Yes, ma'am, they did.
When you state that they removed items for the scent dogs, what did they take?
Clothing, a blanket that he used like every day, and a few other items of his, toiletries, like his brush.
Lauren Collin joining us, investigative journalist. Lauren, again, thank you for being with us. And
What do you think you're going to do with what's the first thing you're going to do when you see Sebastian?
I'm going to give him a big old hug.
What are you going to take him to go eat?
Well, I won't be the first one taking to eat. One. That's probably going to be his mama.
What is she going to take him to eat?
Probably sushi.
Ugh. Ugh. That's nasty.
I don't know. He don't really care too much for red meat. He likes more of the fish, seafood type. Well, sushi, tofu. He likes tofu steamed, not fried. It's kind of weird, but that's his thing.
Okay.
Okay, guys. So I just wanted to kind of play that last one that we left off on, about what was searched, what was told in 3 different kind of scenarios. So one scenario, they're saying that that they're telling everybody but Nancy Grace. I'll just put it this way: they're telling everybody but Nancy Grace that the home was not searched with forensics. And when it comes to Nancy Grace, Chris jumps in and says, no, Katie, we don't know if it really was or not. And I kind of have a feeling that he was a little bit worried that, it is very possible that Nancy might set something up and send over a forensic team to, do the job that should have been done to begin with. So I found that to be really curious. Also, the Texas Roadhouse. I still have a weird feeling about the Texas Roadhouse, because that's the second time that he has told someone that Sebastian doesn't eat red meat and he doesn't care for it. He would rather have sushi. And even when Terry flat out asks him, I find it really funny that they can't keep their story straight. Why would you run and tell people that when he was at a steakhouse and that was the last place he was ever known to be seen, to our knowledge, was at that steakhouse? So just very curious, very curious. Let's go ahead and move on to this next one.
Correct. I mean, I can tell you this.
His father's very much involved in his life.
Yes, very much involved in his life. The relationship between all 3 of us as parents is not your common one. I mean, me and the father talk on a regular basis. We call each other. We talk. Hey, if we heard anything, how's he doing? Is he acting up? I mean, it's not. There's no really animosity in between the parents.
That's good. So he probably knows the route to his father's house. So maybe he was in the process of heading in that direction.
That has not been ruled out. I mean, like I said, the search that they are conducting is extremely widespread and thorough. So nobody is ruling that out as a possibility.
But normally when he wants to go to his dad's, he just says so. And we just call his dad.
Yeah, I mean, dad will come down here. We meet him halfway. I mean, he's never wanted to go to his dad's and not been able to go. Let's put it that way.
Right.
I mean,
thank you for being a member for 6 months. All of this is very, very helpful to.
I will be honest and say this out loud. I have a custody case that is currently going on in another state, which has been brought to public light because people feel that they want to judge and think that they understand what's currently going on, and they don't. Because of that, I am being looked at in a very foul way. I don't need to repeat anything that's being said, but
Right.
you know,
But
and it's perfectly okay.
There's people that's probably seen it on social media, and I want you to be able to have the opportunity to defend yourself. And I understand that you do see your other child, which, and that doesn't have anything to do with Sebastian. And you guys are on good terms with his father. There's not like there's any custody battle between the mother and Sebastian's father. I mean, obviously, if he wants to see his father, you guys told me that, you just plan to meet up, and it's no big deal.
That is a speculation that we don't have an answer for. Just directionally, he knows he could guide you from our house to his dad's house.
Yeah.
He could get from like this house. I think he can make it up to Culver's ice cream.
He can go to Culver's.
Oh, the boy loves
He knows
malt.
where Culver's is because Culver's has malt. He loves malt, extra malt. Every time, extra malt.
Clarksville. His dad lives up by Clarksville.
So he could guide someone all the way to Clarksville.
Mhm.
Oh wow, okay. So a pretty keen sense of direction, at least with certain things.
Familiar routes.
Yes.
Familiar routes. Okay.
Familiar routes.
I mean, if I took him another route going this way, he would not know it.
He goes up there so often that he knows how to get to his daddy's. We know that.
His dad works with him as far as, well, we're going this way, we're going that way, and keeps the same thing, and it works out.
It's relatively good. I mean, we talk regularly. He talks to his son on a regular basis, sees him on a regular basis. He's involved in school and therapy, and I mean, he doesn't have any extracurricular activities, but I can tell you now, if he did, his dad would be in the front row.
I mean, two different households, and the communication between the three of us is great. I mean, yes, we're just like every parent. We all have our disagreements, but in the end, we come together as a team and we work and we come up with solutions that as we best see fit. I mean, I'm almost in contact with him almost daily.
Seth had spoken on, I guess it was, maybe it was the Pascal show that he recently spoke on, and he was talking about how at the end of the school year, Sebastian was supposed to come and live with him. According to some posts that I saw, apparently it's because, Chris, you are, that he's scared of you. That he's scared of you, and that you're bullying him at home. And I don't like to ask these questions, but I feel like this needs to be addressed because I just want you to talk to us about why people are saying this, and whatever you feel like you can tell us, so we can try to reel that in.
No, I'm okay to address every bit of this. Okay. So, you mentioned Sebastian's afraid of me. Well, that is a loaded question because somebody who has released some information out there from another show, who I won't put his name out there, allowed somebody to say something. Now, mind you, when you have a teenage child, or teenage children, all parents know this, your children are not going to like you because you're not there to be their best friend. You're there to be a parent. And as parents, you have rules they have to follow. If they don't, there's consequences. Sebastian will say one day he's upset and mad at me for something, and 20 minutes later will run up to me, throw his arms around me, cry, and say, I'm sorry and I love you. So, when you get in trouble, of course you don't like your parents. He said the exact same things about his father, but that's when you set him down and say, look, bud, parents are parents, and we're going to have to do what we have to do. And unfortunately, you're not going to like it, but down the road, when you get older and if you decide to have children, someday you're going to look back and say, man, they were right.
Would like for Chris to clarify what he meant when he said he hasn't seen Sebastian since early February. Are you able to clarify? And if you're not, just state that.
So I cannot give certain details with this investigation, and that's kind of one of those things.
Okay.
I wished I could. Eventually down the road, I'm sure that will allow to come out.
Okay.
But as it stands right now, the answer that I've given is early February was the last time that I saw Sebastian. And no, I was not home when all of this took place. I actually got back to Nashville. And I believe it was later in the afternoon. But I was on the phone with the police for the majority of that day until I physically got here.
Okay, guys, so a lot to unpack in this clip, or the short clip. I did a comparison of all of the interviews, kind of what the family dynamics were. We've seen them evolve. So to begin with, in the first two interviews, the first was Duchess, and then the second one was with a news affiliate. So in both of those, they state they have a great relationship, that Sebastian knows familiar routes, like the route to his father's house. They also say that, well, in the first interview, Chris does divulge that he is in a custody battle with Nina, but they do maintain that there was no custody battle between Katie and Seth. So it was an open relationship where if they wanted to switch weekends, if they wanted to, if Sebastian wanted to go see his dad, he could always let her know. I found it really disingenuous, the crying, the carrying on, like, I mean, anybody can do that when you're not showing your face. You can make all those noises. So I just didn't find it very believable. Hey, Susie, nice to see you. You guys are getting wild in this chat. This chat's going buck wild today. It's Sunday fun day. And yes, Brown, don't talk about my truck. Star says this is a disingenuous act at best. It distracts from the crying when we can't see. Exactly, thank you. Dream says he's the only one not, oh, sorry. I think that one was probably not the one I should have showed. But yeah, guys, so I just kind of wanted to go back up and read chat a little bit. Yeah, it's disingenuous for sure. And let's see, the closest, Star says the closest I've heard to CP using the word parent in regards to Sebastian. Why? When it involves discipline. Always when it involves discipline. And basically Seth was singing a different tune though, like when Seth was going on, he was telling people, oh, wonderful. Hey, Jude, they found the Amber Alert child from Knoxville, Tennessee. All right. That's fantastic. That is fantastic. Yeah. So, basically Seth was saying that it wasn't really all great of a relationship, that there were times where CP would want him to roll the punishment over, if you will. So when he was in trouble during the week at his mom's house, if it was Seth's weekend, they expected Seth to roll the punishment over into his weekend. And I don't think that that is appropriate. For one, I don't think that first of all, the family court would never allow that. The family court does not allow for the other parent to dictate what happens in the other parent's house. For instance, if he was to take Seth to court and tell the judge that that's what he was expecting of him, the judge would laugh in his face. Just gonna put it out there. He wouldn't take that seriously. That's not how it works. When you get divorced, you don't have a say so in what other people say or do. Nice to see you, Dreams. If I didn't say hello to you, nice to see you. And so that's just how it works. No matter how much you want to control, or no matter how fearful you are, because there are instances where parents who are divorced are fearful when they send their child to the other household, because maybe their boyfriend is like Mr. Chris, or maybe the girlfriend is batty and they don't want their kid over there, but there's nothing that they can do about it, right? They have to deal with it until something bad happens. And this is the saddest part. I hate this. But until something bad happens over at the other parent's house, there is nothing that the other parent can do to keep people away from their child. It's a horrible, horrible feeling. But it makes me think back to when Seth was interviewed on another YouTube channel, and he said that CP wanted him to get his story straight with Chris and Katie. So they were asking Seth to, let's all get our stories straight. Do you want to go on interviews, all three of us? Things like that. I believe that was a manipulation tactic. I also want to bring up the fact that there was a pact that Chris was trying to put onto Seth, and he wanted him to agree to this pact. We don't know exactly what the pact was, but it did, again, come down to keeping their story straight, making sure everybody thought everything was hunky-dory between the three of them. Because we see this in the first two interviews. Now, after that, we see it start to deteriorate, and we see Seth coming out, letting us know about the essay, letting us know that Katie wasn't on board with Sebastian going to stay with his father, and that he and Chris were actually trying to talk Katie into doing so. But then we go over to the Duchess interview, and Katie says that he had no extracurricular activities. But then on her last interview in May of this year, Katie tells the panel on QB that she had Sebastian in the chess club, that he was playing chess, and he got upset because he lost and there was a discrepancy between he and another player. So he just wanted to go and still hang out with the chess club, but he really didn't want to play. He was a little sore, according to Katie, about losing a chess match. But then Katie turns around and says, then his grades started slipping and he got in trouble, and so we didn't let him participate anymore because he has to keep his grades up in order for him to play chess. Which, under normal circumstances, I understand that. Any of us that have played sports, or if our kids have played sports, we all know that the school does make you maintain a certain grade point average to play. If you don't maintain that grade point average, you have to sit out or you're benched, right? So there's that. But why say that there was no extracurricular activities in March and then turn around in May and say he was on the chess team? It's just lie after lie after lie. Okay, so moving on. They were also, another big lie that I saw was that Chris told the news affiliate that he and Seth were in contact almost daily. And I don't know what almost daily means, but to me, it would mean at least 4 or 5 times a week out of a 7-day week. I don't know if that was true. According to what Seth has said, I haven't really heard anything that would back that up from his end. But again, I'm always, welcome to, if somebody, has a clip or something, I'm always welcome to look at it. But to me, it just feels like, and it seems like they wanted everybody to think that everything was great between them, when really it's just like any other divorce. It's typically not that easy. People that have it that easy are very, very lucky. And they have to work hard at it too. I mean, it just doesn't happen usually like that. And then we move to March 17th with Duchess, and Duchess flat out asks Chris, there are people out there that think that Sebastian was afraid of you. And what do you have to say about what do you have to say for yourself, basically? Because this is what people are saying. So what do you have to say about it? Well, he laughs, first of all. And last night we were talking about how he liked to have laughed when Terry Lynn asked him about the concrete and the fresh concrete being poured and things like that. So again, he's laughing. He thinks it's funny that his stepson fears him. And to me, I think that is very, I think that's very awful. Like, if somebody told me that my stepchild feared me, I would be beside myself. I would never want them to fear me, ever. I would never want them to see me and think, oh my gosh, there she is. And that's what Sebastian seemed to have done when it came to his relationship with his stepfather. And to me, that's not funny at all. It's actually really, really sad and angering. And then basically, CP questions, when CP is questioned about his relationship with Seth on the March 17th interview, he's still kind of saying, yeah, we're all in good standing and things like that. But Seth was also on that live, and he didn't come up on panel. And I think the reason why he didn't come up on panel, he said because they weren't really talking about things that pertain to Sebastian. But I also think that he didn't want to go up on panel and keep the story straight. And that's just my opinion. I don't know Seth. I've never talked to him. But that's just what I'm gathering and what I've gathered. And then also, he says that LE won't let him say when the last time he saw Sebastian was. He has maintained that throughout the entirety of this case. That is one thing that he has been consistent on, is the fact that he will not let anybody know where his whereabouts. It's fine for Seth to do it and to get ridiculed and criticized, even when he produces receipts. But for some reason, we've let Chris get away with this for how long, and he still won't say anything. And then he hops on there, don't talk about my truck, and, that sort of thing. It's just kind of exhausting. Like, it's almost like we're letting a monster do whatever he wants to do. And that's really how I feel. He's going to say, I'm going to play another clip. Yeah, CP was like Gestapo, for sure. And it's just like, he takes joy in bullying people who are smaller than him. Like, I would love for him to go and pick on a man his own size and see how he fares. Because I don't think he would do very well, because he's just so used to intimidating little children and women, and older women, like Seth's mom, for instance. I did a video about that, a comparison video with all the times. Bobby the neighbor, he threatened her. He threatened Chris's sister. And in the clips that I'm about to show you, we also see that he has threatened little kids, busted Faith in the mouth because she had braces. When he backhanded her in the face, it caused her mouth to bleed because the metal braces hit her lips and busted her lips open. She was 7 years old, a 7-year-old little girl. a 3-year-old little boy, also Nina's young little child, a toddler, if you will, is 3 years old, was being spanked too hard, which I don't think he should ever put hands on that kid, but he was spanked too hard, and Nina had to say something to him like, you can't be doing that. He also was violent with his own daughter, Faith, when she was an infant. According to Nina, he slammed her down on a coffee table and he slammed her car seat against the wall. While she's in the car seat, he slammed it on the coffee table. And while she was in the car seat, he slammed it against the wall. A brand new baby. So, in my opinion, Chris doesn't ever, I don't care what man he talks to. I don't care what podcast he calls into. I don't care whose husband agrees to talk to him so he doesn't look like such a big P word. He's a coward who likes to hit little kids. And he likes to hit a child with special needs that already has a pocket of fluid on his brain, a chromosome deletion, a recent diagnosis of autism. He likes to hit him with a belt. So, good to see you, Gracie. Sorry, we're doing, hi, Poppy Love. Nice to see you, sweetheart. So we're doing, it's going to be a little bit, that's why I had to do a little bit funny to start it off, guys. That's just how I do things. It's a coping mechanism, but we're about to get into some kind of really yucky subject matter today. So let's watch.
Why did he say he hadn't seen Sebastian since the 1st of February?
Because that's the truth. He hadn't seen him since the beginning of February.
I mean, is there a reason for that?
He's working 3.5 hours away. He don't come home after work.
So was he, I mean, and I'm just wondering, like, was he gone for like 3 weeks or 2.5 weeks or something like that?
He'd been gone since the beginning of February was the last time he was actually home. Christopher was actually home. And yes, he did see Sebastian when he come home.
Okay.
It's, you know, it's just part of it when you work away, you know, you see each other when you can, but he doesn't, it's a lot to travel back and forth all the time. Like, that's not a trip that you can make, you know, to and from every day by any means. Well, yeah, that's why he saw him in the beginning of February, but it wasn't every weekend.
Okay.
Because he works on weekends too a lot, so he can't just come home every weekend. But when he can, he does. He comes home and sees him. Because they have a pretty good relationship.
Did he talk on the phone with Sebastian while he was at work?
He does. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
No, they talk regularly. A lot of people have their opinions, but Sebastian's got a good bond with both dads.
He's my stepson. He does not call me dad. He does not call me father. He doesn't say it. He calls me Mr. Chris. I have always left that open for him. He does not have to call me anything he does not want to.
Okay.
Even Seth calls Chris his dad, his stepdad.
Right.
So his mother has her opinions, and that's that.
You know, and unfortunately, I hate that family disputes. And I don't care what it is. When something in your life becomes so publicized and it's so dramatic, people find a way to turn and find ways to just make it the worst thing even worse. Just because, and it sucks. It truly sucks.
I personally think we should all be working together to find Sebastian, because Sebastian is an awesome person who deserves to be home.
So most construction folks that actually live, like, have to travel occasionally for work, they tend to have like RVs that they'll take and set up because it's cheaper to live that way than it is to have a $3,000, $4,000 hotel bill, and you can't afford it because, you know, your money's going to your hotel bill instead of paying your bill.
So they don't give you extra money to live off of if you
Not every job does, no.
Got it though. Okay. So you have to live in an RV. That's weird. maybe not. If you want to live in an, I don't know. I don't know much about that because I'm not. I don't know. I don't camp, so that's okay. Okay, you can go. So you live in Mississippi when you're doing that, though?
Yeah, just over the state line.
And you eat out of that thing and everything? Okay.
Yeah, you got a little kitchenette in it.
No, I can't do that. You're better than me. I'm just saying, do you wash your clothes in it, too?
No, I have to go to the laundromat. I don't have a washer and dryer.
Oh, yeah.
Or some parks have like a washer and dryer at the park, so you can use those, too.
I'm good. Does it have a bathroom? Ugh.
Mine does, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people don't like, because then you have to deal with the sewer pipe and the discharge and all that stuff.
Wouldn't you just go home? I'm just curious. Why in the hell? Why wouldn't you just go home?
Who's going to drive 3 hours
Me.
and 37 minutes one way?
Me.
I'm sorry, I'm not doing that. So that's
Me.
3 hours and 37 minutes
Yes.
one way to go home.
Yes.
And 3 hours and 37 minutes to go back. So it's
Well, it
over
depends
a
on when I have to
7-hour
go back.
round trip.
When would I have to go back?
Are you going to drive every day?
Wait, what? Wait a minute. So, and how many? Oh, wait. How many hours do I have to work that day?
It just depends.
Well, I don't wear the pins, but give me a range, please, and I'll tell you.
Depends. I can't give you a range. It just depends. Now, we can have that discussion later. So what
I
else
done
do we
told
have
you
on
we'll
the
never
question?
do this again, because I'll end up having to cuss you out. Now,
Okay.
so why in
You would be the
Mississippi with
first.
this damned RV though?
Do what now?
Why in the hell in this RV in Mississippi? Is it cheaper to park it there and live?
No, you don't live in Memphis.
Oh, well, you don't live in an RV. I guess you do. Hell, I don't even know. So, did y'all ever all go down there as a family and live in the RV?
No.
Really?
Yep.
I would. But wouldn't they pay for you a hotel? Shit. They would pay me. Okay, they would pay for me a hotel. Sorry. So how long have you been doing this, by the way?
A while.
But you're not doing it now.
So what is this dealing with Sebastian? That's my question.
Well, I'm just trying. So, because I'm trying to see this in my head. So you're living there. So y'all live in just kind of separate lives, kind of.
No.
So
no.
she's by herself, and you're living in another place.
See that now? You're digging in information. I'm not going
Well,
to.
no, I'm sitting in my. No, I'm not doing that. I'm sitting in my head thinking I couldn't live in a damn RV.
No, I'm sorry. That's fine.
I don't think. Maybe I could, but I don't think I could. I don't know. But you do it till the job's over, right? And go to another job site, or just no?
I'm not going to answer those.
Why not answer those?
Because it has nothing to do with Sebastian.
Well, it kind of would.
It doesn't really. It does not.
Well, it would if it. Listen, here's my thing.
So here's what I can tell you. When it comes to anything about that, it's already been taken care of and vetted by all law enforcement that have looked in every aspect of this, and I'm covered. So I'm not worried about it.
Okay.
That's why when people want to ask questions, it doesn't matter.
Well, no, listen, I'm not mocking you for living in an RV. It's not a big deal. That's what you choose to do. That's what you do.
Well, I'm not telling you I live in an RV. I'm just telling you asked if I have an RV. You asked where it was. I told you.
You're good. It's going to be okay.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've been to Memphis. It's okay. Now, and the last time you said you seen, which I did read it in here, and you've done said it was the 1st of February.
No, I never said it was the 1st of February.
It's the.
No, I never once said the 1st of February. I said early February. That is all I've told y'all.
Not me. I'm just telling you what I read.
Y'all, I mean generally Facebook, y'all.
Okay.
not you.
Can I ask you, why the hell do you answer all these people in this damn thing? Or is there a reason? Because
Yes, because people are out there assuming, insinuating, and coming up with their own crap to turn around. And every time they do that, they want to submit, well, then he did this. Well, then when they submit it to law enforcement, you know what? That takes another body away from finding Sebastian. So here, do you want to know the answers? I'll answer your questions. Here you go.
And then he never answers her questions because he doesn't want to. And he told everybody else other than Terry Lynn that he's been vetted by law enforcement. So he keeps telling Terry, I'm vetted by law enforcement. So it doesn't really matter whether he was at the job, when he was at the job, that sort of thing. So he says he's going to answer her questions, but then when she asks him just a simple question like, well, when you get done with that particular job, do you go to a different park? You know, that sort of thing. He doesn't want to answer her. I find it very curious as well that he says that he goes right over the state line too. He doesn't stay right near the job. He goes over into Mississippi. And then I also find it really curious that when Terry says, well, did you guys ever, did they ever join you? Meaning her, Katie and Sebastian, did they ever join you when you were at work and you guys lived all together as a family there? And he says no. But the minute that Sebastian goes missing, Katie can't wait to take off and live in the RV with her husband. And so I find that to be very curious. Welcome in couponing and Margaret. And then I wanted to read Dream's comment. She says, it has everything in the world to do with Sebastian, according to what I understand. He went to the house and Sebastian was very worried that CP would be going to jail for disciplining him. I do agree with that. I agree that he was worried. Oh, the police. Okay, thank you, Dreams. Yeah, I think that that's very, very curious right there, because, well, for one, he doesn't want to tell anybody where he's been, and if you're not guilty of something, then why don't you want to tell people where you were? That would be the first thing I would want to do, just so that way people would think I was innocent, obviously, if I was. And so I don't see why there's such a problem. He's told everybody up until this point that he can't share that information because it's something that law enforcement told him that he was not allowed to share with anybody. That is something that is part of their ongoing investigation. He loves to say that when he doesn't want to answer a question. So he'll speak for the police, knowing that the police aren't going to come out and say anything to the contrary. And he'll just say, I was vetted. He's told that to multiple sources. He's also tried to tell that to a judge in Albuquerque, New Mexico, that he and his wife have been vetted. Yes, Sebastian is missing, but they don't have anything to do with it, according to law enforcement. But law enforcement has never cleared any of the parents. And so I just find it to be very, very curious that he told Terry Lynn it doesn't matter because he was vetted by the police. And I think the reason why he's saying that is because he is trying to be fresh with her, and he wants her to think that he basically he wants her to think that he's been cleared because he wants her to trust him, and she's not having it. Gracie says, I fail to understand why LE is not doing more with 5 CPS reports and Sebastian missing. Same here, Gracie. They can get them for neglect or ABUSE. They definitely can. With what is in the reports and what they've said. Absolutely. Absolutely. Margaret. And his favorite word is insinuating. Yes, he loves to say the word insinuating. Hey, Jude, exactly. It's like because he knows that there's not a whole lot out there, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to insinuate things. We're going to come up with different possibilities. We're speculating. Sure. And especially when somebody's asking him a question, he loves saying, you're insinuating. Well, not necessarily. A lot of times they were just asking a simple question. Like what Terry Lynn's line of questioning there was basically trying to find out what the family dynamic was. Why don't you want to come home? Why is it that Sebastian and Katie don't live with you full time as a family? You know, he doesn't say to Terry Lynn, well, yeah, I stay in the RV during the week, and then on the weekends I come home because I love my family and I want to be with them. He doesn't say that. He says that he works and he stays in there because he doesn't want to stay in a hotel, and it's cheaper for him to live in the RV. Which I don't fault anybody for doing that because I live in an RV. So, well, it's like a travel trailer. So, you know, I don't fault anybody for that. I don't fault him even so for doing what he's doing, because I've known a lot of traveling nurses when I've worked at hotels that were waiting to get a nice travel trailer. Like one of the nurses was showing me her travel trailer, and it was like, you know, amazing. It looked like it was huge. But that was the one she was looking to get, but they cost about $100,000. So the one she wanted was quite high priced, and she was saving her money up to get it because she would come and stay at the hotels and things like that. And I befriended her. And so people do it all the time. I'm not saying that it's weird. I'm not saying that it's strange that he wouldn't want to drive, you know, 3.5 hours and whatnot. I'm not saying that, but I do think it's weird that he didn't want to ever go home. And then why didn't he ever want to go home? How often was he home? He won't answer any of that. And so it just, again, it's a lie by omission. If you leave things out, that's still lying because you're not telling the full truth. And that's what we see from Mr. Foote. And Gracie says, hopefully they are going to do something. L.E., we are praying for you, Sebastian. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes, ma'am. They have airtight. It involves a lot of issues. Yeah, there's a lot of issues. And I take a lot of issues just with the hostility as well. If somebody's just asking you a question, you know, he could have just said, you know, that's personal. I don't want to get into it. But instead he lies and says that L.E. told him not to say it. And I don't think that they did that. Why would they do that? And I hate to keep using this example, but with Michael Monkey Vaughn and his mother, Brandy, they cleared Brandy. They came out. The FBI said she doesn't have anything to do with it. The father doesn't have anything to do with it. And because they were getting a lot of flack from people, you know, and I don't know why. I don't understand it, but they were. And so Ellie came out and said, so why they would tell Chris to keep that under wraps, something that could help him out just a little bit in the public opinion, doesn't make any sense to me. And Brown Eyed Girl says, exactly, Gracie. I would have been locked up for child neglect the first day. Yeah, absolutely. And it kind of goes back to my theory that they just don't like to remove kids, especially like when you look at their house and you look at their jobs and things like that. It makes it a lot harder than somebody that is in, you know, below the poverty line, and somebody that's a single mom who is just working to make ends meet. This is not the same ball game. It's a totally different ball game. And it's really, really sad because Sebastian fell through the cracks, in my opinion. And yes, Susie, thank you for being with us. Absolutely. Yes. Hey, Jude, I am hoping for 2 arrests before the 1-year mark. Absolutely. I'm really hoping for that as well. I was hoping that it would be before Christmas, to be honest. And I know I'm not trying to be mean or anything like that, but I was hoping that something would come to a resolution for Seth's sake, and for Sebastian's sake, but it just hasn't yet. I do believe that there needs to be justice for him, um, just based on everything we've seen, unfortunately. And I hate to say that. I hope I'm wrong, but Yes, yes, ma'am, Gracie. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Oh, you're not sleepy. Chief says I would get in trouble if I called LE and asked them straight up that question. Would I get in trouble? No, exactly. I don't You wouldn't get in trouble. I mean, it's one of those things where it's just another bold-faced lie in my opinion. And the reason being, Jude says, I wouldn't recommend you calling. And but I mean, and I wouldn't either. And that's the thing, calling the law enforcement officers. Yeah, I know how you guys feel too. I know it's frustrating. I would love to call there and ask questions of Sheriff Craddock. I don't know if he saw my YouTube video that featured him. He might not want to talk to me, but I would love to know, why he's told Chris this if he has. I'd also like to know why he's told Chris that everything he's doing and saying online is just perfectly fine, because Chris has said that as well. Um, you know. Okay, hey, Jude says he worked in Florida too before Memphis. And see, that's another thing. I know that Terry did her research. She knew a lot about the case. She'd been following the case from day one, right? She's local, and so she knew a lot. And the line of questioning she had for him was very strategic, in my opinion, because she was asking him these questions for a reason. There was a definite method to her madness. It wasn't like she was randomly asking this guy questions. She was asking him specific questions to get an answer, so that way she can have a deeper understanding of the situation. But make no mistake about it, she did her research before she did this interview. Um, and Gracie says, I have to say that CP was not allowed to be in that home, in my opinion, due to CPS. Otherwise, why was he parking at the construction site? Exactly, Gracie. Exactly. And that's a great point, because there's been multiple sightings of him parking over there. It's not something that it was started by the rumor mill, I don't think. I think it was more or less something where people were coming forward, but they didn't want to put their face on camera like Bobby did. They kind of wanted to stay behind the scenes and just say, we saw him parking over there, things like that. And we've heard those things from neighbors, and we've heard them repeated by not only, the Seth spokesperson, which they, by all accounts, I mean, for anybody that's followed the case, which I know you all have, they tried so hard to not put CP and KP in a negative light, Seth especially. And when Tony came on board, that was one of the main rules that they had, that they were not going to throw the other parents under the bus, right? And they tried and tried and tried. And then finally, Tony did an interview saying the gloves are off. And that was an interview with Pascal. And so for people to say that that anybody was trying to be malicious or bash Katie and Chris, that's not true. They did it all to themselves, and they did it with the lies. The public isn't going to put up with it. And Seth, being close to the case, being close to Katie, married her, loved her at a certain point, had a beautiful child with her. I mean, that was his choice. But he tried really, really, really hard, in my opinion, as well. And that was just one of the things, Gracie, the construction site, him parking over there. Dream says, and if a child is missing, the CPS investigation is put on hold. Yeah, but it's still open, right? So it wasn't unfounded. That's the big part. Yes, absolutely, Dreams. I wonder where CP is now. I hear Louisiana. Oh, yikes, Gracie. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure, I'm not sure. I don't like to, that's right. That's right. Hey, Jude. I don't like to speculate on where Chris is, just because he's a weirdo and he'll try to sue people for finding out where he is. So I try to like steer clear of him and I just use his words. But yeah, who knows, the type of job that he has is always in demand. So, and people travel for that job. And so I'm sure he has, you know, many opportunities in many different places if he'd like. And absolutely, hey Jude, Brandy Neal never stopped pleading for her child, and she still hasn't. She's still doing it. She's a very strong, wonderful mother. And I don't know how anybody could ever accuse her. Hey, Holly S. And Triple Dog check-in. Gracie says a lot of people don't know this, but if one cannot handle a child or a teen, they can ask for the court's help. Courts will assist in placement for the child. I have seen this happen myself. Absolutely. I believe that's what they were doing through CPS, but they involved Seth and didn't really tell him that CPS was involved. That is my kind of opinion on what I can gather from what happened. Because if Seth says that he didn't know about the reports, that, it was only something that Katie and Chris knew about, then they were just including him, but the job of CPS was to include the biological parent who had joint custody or 50-50 or whatever. But it's up to them to get the phone number and call, I believe. I think it's also on Katie. So that's just my opinion, but it's definitely my opinion that CPS needed to do their dang job. If you're not going to take the kid, then figure out what's actually going on. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable to me. And Brown Eyed Girl says, also, if Sebastian had MCD, he could be in a residential home. It's 100% covered. Right, Brown Eyed Girl. And that's the thing, too. I think that, I don't think that Seth wanted him to be put there. I think that he just wanted him to come live with him. And I think that was a major roadblock in that situation because, I think that once Seth realized where they were trying to send Sebastian without doing any type of research about it, and then he looks and sees that those kids were so badly mistreated that some of them passed away, I really believe that, it was something that he didn't want to do. But again, I don't know because I'm not him, but yeah, so you do have firsthand knowledge of that. Yeah. Well, and that's another thing too, because I would think that they would all have pretty decent coverage. I don't know though. But I know that the place was so expensive that that's what they said, that the place was all the places were so expensive that none of the parents found it feasible to be able to either help pay for or, even maybe with a copay, or I don't know, but if they're 100% covered, yeah, I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry you have a headache, Margaret. Oh my goodness. Well, and I don't know if CP is going to be, I don't know if CP is going to be much help here. You know, um, but yeah, I just find it all, very bizarre and it doesn't add up. Like the lore, like what was said in the lore lodge in the beginning, I really do believe that it's obvious. It's very obvious. I believe that they have enough with the 5 CPS reports alone to get these people for at least the neglect ABUSE, at the very least, and charge them there. At least that, then they would have them in a position where they may talk. But I also believe that Sebastian deserves justice, because as we're going to see, the belt incident wasn't the only time. And Chris admits to it. Katie admits to it with their lies. Thank you so much, Justice for Crystal. McCroy Jones. Thank you for your super sticker. And I still haven't forgot about the case. I just got a little bit behind because I was kicked off last night's live due to weather. But I'm still going to do some research, and I want to make a video for Crystal. So thank you so much for your super sticker. And well, thank you. No, I just didn't want you to think I forgot because I have her name written down. So, all right, guys. So we're gonna get into it. We're gonna get into this.
And Mr. Proudfoot, when did you leave town?
Early February.
So you had been gone for days before he went missing. Is that correct?
Correct, ma'am.
Had you visited home since you left?
You said from when I initially left?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I came home February 26th, the morning I was told that he was missing.
From the time that you left for the job in Memphis to February 26th, did you visit the home?
Yes, ma'am.
When?
I was home. I can't give exact dates. Law enforcement has told me not to provide exact dates, but I had been home multiple times prior to February. And then I left early February and then didn't come back till February 26th, the morning he was missing.
So you were not home from the time you left early February till Feb 26th. Is that right?
Correct, ma'am.
Where were you living in Memphis?
I have an RV trailer that I stay in at an RV park.
RV park. Was Sebastian angry or upset before he disappeared?
No, ma'am.
Not to my knowledge.
So, just to make this real crystal clear, there's a back door. Every door in the house, when Katie got up that morning, was locked. Since it's already out there, there's a keypad on the front door. You don't need a key to unlock and lock my front door.
He locks the door behind himself every time he goes out it.
Okay.
The only people that would have access to my house have all been interviewed.
And not only that, but if somebody had been by the front door, punched in the code, believe it or not, no, it's not super clear, but you would have seen a shadow or a figure.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
Based on, something would have been visible because one of the lights is still visible from that green camera from across the street. But you need a key to lock every other door, and every other door was locked, folks.
So did Katie do that? Did Katie make sure all the other doors were locked? And could have Sebastian just walked out? Could he have walked out the front door?
Every door was locked.
Do you lock your doors at night?
Yes, ma'am.
Could he have left on his own through those doors?
He could, yes, ma'am.
But I heard in another interview where Mr. Proudfoot said he was not a, quote, wanderer. He didn't wander around. He never left the home before on his own. Is that right?
Correct. We haven't had issues with him running or taking off in the past.
Questions regarding the doors. Do you have any home surveillance, anything at all that would have given us an idea or a clue if the door had been opened or not, or a window?
Not directly from our house.
Well, then from where?
That's what we were hoping that neighborhood ring cameras and may have picked something up.
So what you're saying is that the only possibility is the front door. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying the most conceivable way possible that this makes sense is that he walked out the front door.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Do you guys have a motion sensor light?
No, there is a couch in front of a door.
Is there an exit out the back of the house? Yes. That's unobscured from anything? Yes.
Okay, so
we presume that he left out the front door. We never know 100%, obviously, but we presume based off of process of elimination, going over it with law enforcement, going over the house, where things are, how things are, Sebastian's routine, and the fact that that's the door that he always uses or prefers to use, because I won't say 100% of the time he does come in with me through another door, but that's the door Sebastian prominently uses. That's the one that if he were going to sneak out of the house or leave the house for whatever reason, that's the most reasonable door that he would have left out of. Any of the others would have made noise or not
Or would
been.
not have been locked.
Mhm.
So
Because
the back door would not lock
from the outside, like the front, no. You'd have to have a key.
So I guess there's only two doors in the house that he could have gone out where he could have locked
From the
on his
outside.
own or from the outside. And the one, he wouldn't have gone out because of how much noise it makes.
Yeah.
Everybody would have, plus it would have been seen on camera. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
I mean, it would have been seen on camera. So by suspicion or reasonable elimination of all these doors, it's front door.
Yeah, with
Yes,
the
yeah.
screens intact and things like that.
Yeah, nothing exterior of the building of our house has been altered.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's why it was like, not only that, but for him to go out the window, so to speak, he would have landed in the flower bed and, barefooted. Yeah, we'd have heard something because he had landed on it and screamed.
Yeah.
Okay.
That morning, you woke up at 6 o'clock. Is that the normal time you wake up?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a heavy sleeper?
Off and on.
Do you take any medication at night that would make you sleep?
No, ma'am.
But you heard nothing.
I did not, no.
So we know he is alive and well at 10 p.m. At 6 a.m. He's gone. You say he's never left before. Is that right?
Correct. He's never run off before.
Had there been any family argument or altercation prior to him going missing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, guys, I just wanted to shout out to Brown Eyed Girl and Margaret. I hope you ladies are feeling better. I hope you guys feel better. And hi, Mom of 3 boys. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Good evening. Oh, well, thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate that. I know. I feel so bad. Headaches are the worst, guys. Headaches are the absolute worst. Dreams. I know. It's like, ugh. Chief, I do not know if it is the same RV the interview is being interviewed in. There has been tons of speculation about them switching the RVs. And I mean, it's very possible that if there was a handoff and Chris, say, drove with Sebastian to Memphis or wherever his camper was parked that night, he would have had a place to do something horrible. And, he was allowed to go up and get his RV. It took 17 hours for him to pack the RV up and leave. And the beauty of living in an RV or a fifth wheel is that pretty much all you have to do is pull the slides in, take it off of the jacks because you do level it, empty out all of the contents of all of the bathroom and things like that, and then you're on the road. It's a very quick process. It definitely doesn't take anywhere near 10 hours to do. We did speak about that on another live, but it's very possible that he could have done something in that that RV, in my opinion, or the fifth wheel. Excuse me, the fifth wheel. And yes, ladies, we'll be saying prayers for you guys. Aw, thank you. No, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. No. Don't be sorry. I want you guys to feel better. And Aw, thank you, Gracie. Yes. And the petition. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, I want to put that petition in there. And Hey Jude is so awesome. Thank you, Hey Jude. And oh, it's too many characters to drop in the chat. Okay. What I will do with the petition, I will put it on my community wall, and then I'll also, when I do the video, I'll and put it in the video that there's a petition out there as well. So, Jana, you're a really good sister. Really, really good sister. And Chief says Yogi Bear Park is in Mississippi, is where the RV was. Yeah, so Yogi Bear, and then also there was that EZ Days, like so letter E and then Z Days, DAZE. There was no record of him being there though, but that was one of the ones that was mentioned, and then Silvers on the Scene went and verified that there wasn't a record of him. But yes, Yogi Bear is the one, the park in Mississippi. Absolutely. Thank you for that. And Poppy says, Sebastian has the code, so why did Kay allegedly leave a blanket, and what else did she leave out while they were away in case he came home? It's just like Kay just told someone she did this back before. So yeah, on the Elevated Truth podcast, Cluminati says that she was beside herself and all of this nonsense, which I do not believe anything that comes out of Clue's mouth when it comes to Katie, because that's her friend and she's going to stick up for her friend, and that, I do not fault her or anything like that for that. But it is spreading misinformation, in my opinion, because you're right, Poppy. If he had the code to get in the house, then why would she need to do any of that? It's all smoke and mirrors, in my opinion. It's all basically playing the public like we're dumb and we can't put two and two together, right? So yeah, really smart comment, Poppy, and good catch there, because that's exactly right. That's exactly right. You are very welcome. You are very welcome. Thank you for sharing with us your sister's story. Aw, thank you, brown-eyed girl. Aw. Oh, good, Star. Thank you, guys. You guys are amazing. Yay. And I'll go sign it later, too, right after the live. I'll start working on. Did they change code? Great question. Yeah. So Gracie says, did they change the code? Great question. Yeah. Why would they change the code? It's not like anybody knew it. Katie said that nobody knew the code except for people in her family. Perhaps maybe the Flying Monkey Socks. They probably had the code, I'm guessing. But yeah, I don't understand why they would do that when their child's missing, especially if that's the way he would access the house, especially if they're going to go on the road together and no one was going to be at the house, then why would they change the code? That's a great point, you guys. That's a wonderful point. It's just all these lies. I mean, how do we believe anything they say? That's what's very difficult. We can't. We just simply can't. If we did, we'd be silly to believe it. And then they want to come out and they want to play a violin for us and set the tone like, oh, she was throwing herself to the ground and well, okay. I mean, that's to be expected. But yeah, that doesn't make any sense. So, I mean, it's just, and I hate to call people out like that, but it's crazy. And Hey Jude says, justice for Crystal. We will get that info out. It needs to be investigated. Yeah, I'm gonna look at it and do some research. I don't really like to do the videos unless I have a lot of research involved in it, but I definitely will do that. But I'll sign the petition first thing. Gracie says she'll make a video. Yes, thank you, Gracie. That's amazing. Yes, and everybody deserves the exposure, I mean, it's important. It's really, really important to have everybody's story out there that wants it out there. People that are fighting to keep the story alive, and we don't see that here when it comes to Chris and Katie. They want us all to be quiet and accept it. And that's what he said on the Elevated Truth podcast. That was the latest development that Chris said, you guys just need to accept it. And I'm glad that we're not accepting it. And I don't think anybody's story that hasn't had justice needs to be just accepted. Especially with the robust true crime community like we have. There's a lot of passionate people in there. If we just, direct that passion towards some good, we will be in better shape, I believe. And I think that's what Truth was getting at in the beginning of his podcast for sure. Show Poodle says, well, I'm back. The audacity of my friends to show up while I'm watching here. Sorry. I'm trying not to put all the comments up. I'm learning a little bit from watching my last live, but oh goodness sakes. And Chief says the mob crew live yesterday, he raised some great points that the Flying Monkey Socks house is 13 miles from CP and KP's house. Yeah, they're very, very close. Another thing that was always very, very curious to me is Mama Bowersox's real estate career. How many properties does she have access to? Where are the properties located? Does she have other properties like rentals and things like that? That has always been very curious to me, and it's always been very worrisome to me, because if she has access to these other properties, then shouldn't there be search warrants for these properties at the very least to make sure that nothing's there? I guess they can't just go in and get search warrants for no reason. Obviously, they need some evidence to back it up. But it's very curious and worrisome to me. Very, very much. Thank you, Gracie. Thank you. Aw. Aw. Justice for Crystal says, Grace, thank you so much. Just followed you. Her now story is a pretty great summary of the facts. I just add in that her husband was previously a deputy with the investigating. Oh, okay. Oof. Gotcha. Aw. Yeah, we'll do whatever we can, Jana. We will. We will. And Dream says, Jana, sending prayers of strength. My heart goes out to you. Chief says, so if CP was in town earlier than the 26th, he would have been at his parents'. Very good point, Chief. And that's what's really curious, because there have been some satellite images that came out. And I was speaking with one of my mods earlier, and she was telling me that that there was a truck that looked quite a lot like Mr. Foote's that was over on Enoch. So I found that to be really interesting, because that is a very hot point, is Enoch lately. Oh, thank you, Minnie. Hey, Minnie. Good to see you, hon. Aw, I'm so glad. Thank you all for showing Jana so much love. You guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. Chief says yes, and 2 other properties in their subdivision. That's what's so curious to me. I mean, I know there's a lot of possibilities when it comes to a real estate agent and the access to properties. I know this because I was a real estate agent, and that was the first red flag that I got when I heard that Mama Socks was one too. And Poppy says, Edgar, of course, brought it all on himself. He made himself to be perceived the way that he is. Absolutely. Absolutely. And with that great point, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to go to our next clip, because I couldn't agree more.
Or what they say, if they can help you get Sebastian's name out.
So when you and I'll be honest with you, I've heard some of yours, and the toxicity that comes out of what you guys projected about me has only toxified everybody else that puts in a lead or says, well, check out the stepfather, do this, do that, call law enforcement, check this out, do this. You take a body, every time something gets reported, a body comes away from the investigation to vet because they are required to do so. And it sucks because the same answers are the same across the board. Why they won't come out and tell in the public eye, hey, all 3 parents have been completely vetted. All 3 parents have been, questioned. All of this. Why they won't come out and say it? I understand to a point. I do. But it sucks at the same time because it's extremely hurtful that me, my wife, and Seth have to live in this life. Even when this is over. However it ends. We have to live this life, not everybody else.
Quite frankly, Sebastian's going to find out what everybody's been saying about his parents, and I can't even imagine how distraught he's going to be, but we have to find him.
I mean, and it sucks.
Yeah, you have to find him, and that's the most important thing.
Yes.
The rest is going to fall into place later, but the most important thing is he has to be found, and he has to be found regardless, period.
I want to just side note, he's not clapping, y'all.
He's not what?
People keep saying that he's clapping. He's not clapping. That's just background noise.
Oh, I don't hear any. Yeah, y'all.
Some people have heard they're clapping, and that's fine. I guess I'm currently working.
Oh.
Some people have heard they're clapping, and that's fine. Yes, I'm currently working.
I'm not this criminal. I'm not this monster that everybody wants to believe. But I do believe in privacy and respect, and it goes both ways.
Some of the harder questions, it has nothing to do with you.
It's not that I don't like them. I don't want anybody to start thinking that there's not questions I don't like. I've told y'all from the very beginning, I welcome all of your questions. The only thing is because of an ongoing investigation, there are certain things that we are not and have been told by law enforcement, do not get into specifics because it could jeopardize the investigation. People don't like that, and I am sorry. I'm speaking for myself. I'm not going to speak for my wife. I'm not going to speak for Sebastian's father, Seth, his mother, his sister, or anybody for that matter.
There was actually a work vehicle in the driveway at the time as well, but it hasn't moved. We can't give out that information because we don't have permission from her work.
I don't understand that. What?
About the make and model of the vehicle.
I have a work van that was also parked in the driveway.
Why is that, if it's out in the driveway where people can see it, why is that privileged information?
We just don't have permission from her company to divulge that information.
Have you asked?
No, ma'am, we have not. Nobody has asked us
So
that
that
question.
Now, can I say one other thing? Because
yes, ma'am.
Before we kind of get started, and the only reason is because fair is fair, and I want to say this. And I said I would treat you fair. It hurts for you. It hurts for Katie. It hurts for everybody because no matter what happened. Now listen. No matter what happened, don't jump on me yet. I'm not finished with my statement.
Oh, I'm not. You're fine.
If it was an accident, if it was he walked off, if he crawled off, if it was no matter what it was,
right.
I feel for everybody. Okay, I feel for everybody.
Well, let's put it this way. I'm a stepdad to a 15-year-old young man. Okay, I came in Sebastian's life roughly he was like 7, 8-ish, and I helped raise him. And I still help raise him. And I have a daughter, since everybody wants to know, who lives with my ex-wife out in New Mexico. Her mother has another man. My daughter refers to him as daddy. What does a child calling a person got to do with anything? Because as long as a child is being correctly raised and not hurt and loved, then what does it matter? He's my stepson. He does not call me dad. He does not call me father. He doesn't say it. He calls me Mr. Chris. I have always left that open for him. He does not have to call me anything he does not want to, except for late for dinner, because that ain't happening.
Right. Do you feel like that he was ever a burden at all on you or your relationship, either one of you?
Was my stepson a burden in my marriage?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
No.
Um.
The burden. So, what has always been a struggle, and anybody who's married and has, you're a step parent, okay, that struggle of
That's a
being able
struggle
to,
itself.
yes, very much, and then you've got discipline on top of it, and what you can do, what you can't do, because you've got the other parent and this parent. That's always a struggle. When you can get on the same page with each other,
Mm-hmm.
and finally everybody understands it,
Right.
man, it is a beautiful picture. Beautiful. Now, am I saying everything's sunshine and rainbows? No, it's not.
Right.
But it ain't high tides and tsunamis either.
So if you and his mom ever argued, and that's in every marriage, like, would Sebastian ever jump between y'all?
Like physically?
Yeah.
No.
We don't fight and yell and scream or any of that like violent type stuff. We tend to take it behind closed door in our bedroom and have a conversation because the children should never be exposed to that. That's between us, not them.
And
Ready. Fight. Game over.
first off, like this, I'm going to make this real clear, crystal clear.
Okay, guys. So basically, in this video, the thing that stood out to me the very most was when Smiley asks Chris and Katie, was Sebastian a burden to you guys? And Chris repeats the question and asks if he was a burden, on his marriage. And when Chris says no, that's when Katie says no. But she should have been the very first person to say, no, absolutely not. He is not a burden in our marriage, in our lives, nothing like that. But she didn't. She waits for Chris to say no. And then I find it very curious that all of a sudden he goes into this long explanation about how Sebastian wasn't the burden, but the burden is when you are co-parenting with another parent and staying on the same page as the other parent. I find that very curious because that was our first little inkling there that the relationship between Chris, Katie, and Seth wasn't always sunshine and rainbows, if you will. They didn't admit that before, but Smiley being a very comfortable person to talk to and very kind and sweet just kind of drew out this contradiction. And we find out that there were some issues when it came to everyone being on the same page. It wasn't just as easy as they portrayed it to be to begin with. And let me look at your guys' comments really quick. Good night, Brown. Good night. Oh, Poppy Love, thank you. Thank you for doing that. Yes, very impersonal, authoritarian. Yes. Yeah, that's why I put the drill sergeant from Full Metal Jacket in there. Thank you, Dreams, for doing a video as well. Thank you. You guys are amazing. Star says, I've heard CP raging. Please. Don't tell me Sebastian couldn't hear him fighting with his mom. Absolutely. Well, and I thought it was very curious, too, because the same language that was used in the at night communications was the same language that Katie used when she was trying to assure Smiley that there was no fighting in front of the kids. That's between us, not them. That's between them, not us. Those are the same kinds of little clues that I like to look for again when watching these different crime shows and documentaries and things like that. Those are the little things that will catch somebody up. Same thing with handwriting analysis. I find that to be very fascinating. And the reason is because they can tell people's handwriting, and even when they try to change it or disguise it, there's still certain little loops that they might make or certain little nuances to their handwriting that gets them caught up. And in this case, I completely agree that those text messages are from Katie, just because of the general language and the way that she would say something fits exactly into what was in the text messages. So I found that to be really interesting, in my opinion. And Poppy says, deception detector said not to ask them leading questions like a lot of people do, even Nancy Grace did. Yeah, absolutely. And, I believe that you're right, Poppy Love. It is kind of something to kind of tread lightly with. I believe that Nancy, because of her history and experience as a prosecutor, I think that's why she does kind of lead the questions a little bit, or ask the leading questions. So, but that's a great point. That's a great point. And let me see here. They're going to... Yeah, Poppy says they're going to only answer the way they know they should to sound caring, etc., playing the part, sadly. Absolutely. Yeah, they want us all to believe it, right? They want to be believable, which is a smart tactic. I'm not going to say it's not a smart tactic or something that somebody would use if they're trying to, cover their own bum. But yeah, it is. It's very sad. It's very sad. And it's very obvious. Very obvious. Oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's never good. Aw, Gracie. In the words of Foghorn Leghorn, that man ain't quite right. I agree. I agree. Couponing says shoes and food. Oh, about what the items that Katie left outside. Yes. Yes. Yes, Dreams is right. It's the least any of us can do, for sure. For sure. Dreams. 10 going in 11 months, revolving door. All right, guys, so let's get into more of these clips. This one, I think we're on number...
Is or what they say, if they can help you get Sebastian's.
First off, like this, I'm going to make this real clear, crystal clear. I was always raised, you never strike a woman. And I have taught that to Sebastian. You will never strike a woman, period.
And I'm not accusing you of so, but again, Seth has said that Katie, and again, I'm sorry, Katie, that that again, there was a time, and this is a long, people can change, but again, it's been said that Katie has struck Seth, and that, again, that's a long time. I wasn't there, so
no.
And I wasn't there either, for the record. So
maybe Katie should answer this. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that, oh Lord, no, that is a whole nother thing that happened back then.
Yeah.
My fourth wife, Nina, she has two children. Those children's names, don't even ask them. I'm not telling you, because
no,
I don't want people digging into that. They don't need to be. Those kids are not being dragged into that.
Yeah.
Yes, I was very much involved during the marriage while her and I were together with the kids' lives. It was a rough marriage. I mean, from the word go, Nina and I both knew we probably should have never got married. But we did, but I mean, still to this day, like I said, when things are good, I don't have a problem talking with the other two kids at all. Occasionally I see them in FaceTime videos when I'm talking with my daughter.
Yeah.
You know, but it's not. You know, they're good kids. They really are.
You know, it breaks my heart. It does. I can't tell you. I'm nobody special. I just get on here and I know how to use my mouth, and I think outside the box, and I will keep his name and everything out.
Well, if you don't mind me, so I don't know how to say this any other way, and please forgive me because it's going to
You're
sound like
fine.
a
Say
jerk.
it. Say
Well,
it.
it's going to sound very jerkish, but I don't want softball questions. People wanted to ask me the hard questions. By golly, let's get these hard questions out. Sorry, but I just.
Well, let me start. Have you ever had CPS called on you before?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And you don't have to go into it elaborate or anything like that. I just, that was the question that I had. And that happens, you know, sometimes, especially when you have a child who is, you know, has special needs and stuff. That's hard.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I've had CPS called on me in 2 states, New Mexico and Tennessee.
And did that include with Sebastian?
Tennessee, West Sebastian, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
In fact, Sebastian here, like I said, I got nothing to hide. So Sebastian went to school one day because we were at the house. He got in trouble. He didn't have a belt on. I was like, "Where's your belt?" And got it. Whack. Got him. So he goes to school and he tells the teacher. They're mandatory reporters. So the teacher reports it. That afternoon, CPS shows up to the house while we're actually sitting down to eat dinner. Now, mind you, 15-year-old child, he's not real happy because he's in trouble. So
Was there a life insurance policy on him? I know people's been wanting to ask that. I just get that out of the way. Not that that's any of our business, but I guess if it has to do with him missing, that's why they want to know. It's just a simple yes or no. We don't have to go into whatever. And that could be for if you know whether he's got it from his real dad, you, or you know, anybody. I'm just saying. Does anybody know if there's one floating around out there anywhere?
His father has one on him.
Okay. Josh wants to call in real fast. He's been wanting to ask y'all questions.
Is Chris still here?
Can you drop the link again?
He fell down, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. When I was talking to Chris earlier, and him and I were messaging, and I asked him about DCS, and he said the only case that DCS has open is because Sebastian ran away.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay, so in this clip, they start talking about the CPS reports, and I'm just going to kind of play through because Josh from the lab comes up and starts asking Chris a question about what was said to him by Chris, and let's watch.
Hey, Chris, Josh was going to
Yes,
call
ma'am.
in. I accidentally punched a 3 instead of a 2 or whatever. He jumped up here on
That's
panel.
fine.
And, he wanted to ask you something, actually. Sorry.
Fire away, man.
Well, so you and I we had messaged earlier on Facebook, and I had asked you about DCS, and you said that there were no other interactions with CPS or DCS except for Sebastian going missing, which I then told you, but that's not mandatory necessarily unless CPS was already involved. So
Now,
you're not
hold on.
really being honest.
Wait a minute. You asked me, because I'll read the messages to everybody in God and Country. You asked me if there was an active CPS case on Sebastian. That's what you asked. And I told you, yes, there was. Because the sheriff's department told us that they had to report it because he was missing. That's what you asked. Now, you also started to ask if there was another case. And there was no other case that I know of that's active. That's what you asked.
Josh?
Yeah, I'm here.
So, like I said, sir, I'm brash. I'm to the point. Be respectful.
Can you hear
And
me?
I will tell you, and I'll be honest, and I'm going to tell you the truth. I got nothing to hide.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, he said, okay. Can you hear him, Josh?
I can hear him, yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Well, I just said, well, in the messages that I asked that it was pertaining to Sebastian's school, right? Like you just said. And you said, no, other than him going missing, no CPS cases. I don't know. I can't hear. Maybe that.
He didn't say anything. Can you hear him, Chris? Can you hear
Hello?
him?
Yeah, I can now. I can now.
Okay.
Sorry.
So you didn't ask. You asked about active cases. That's what you asked about, and I answered your question.
You did. You answered my question.
Hello. Hello.
He said you answered his question. I can hear you. Can you hear him, Josh?
Okay. Yeah, I can't hear him.
Okay. Can y'all
So-
now? I think
So
he's
he's asked me, and I can't pull it up because if I pull it up, then we lose contact. But he asked me if there was active DCH, CPS, whatever you want to call it, case with Sebastian, and I said yes. He's missing. I was told by the sheriff's department that they had to report it. So yes, there's an active case. Is there anything other than that? No, there's not an active case. So my statement that I told you is true.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I get it, the active investigation, but yeah, but you did really. Maybe it's just because of text, but you did make it seem like there was no, like that this was the first time that they'd ever been involved at all.
No, I didn't insinuate. Now, understand something. Words on paper are simply words on paper. Whatever emotions you put behind them is directly proportionate to yourself, not me.
Oh, sir, I didn't put any emotion behind it. I'm just
Well,
saying.
but you're trying to insinuate on this show.
No.
Yes, you did, sir. Yes, because you just stated that you said that I made it sound like this. No, I didn't. I told you. I gave you a direct statement, gave you your answer, and that right there is exactly what I'm talking about. Then you called into the show and you said, you're lying. No, I'm not lying. So call a spade, but make sure you're right. Now, to be honest with you, it has nothing to do with finding my son.
You don't think that you don't. Okay, all right. Well, look, man.
How does CPS have to do with anything finding Sebastian? Because if you're insinuating something,
Well, you said they opened up an investigation. You said they opened up an investigation. So you tell me what it has to do with him.
Because what did I tell you? That's what you're not listening. The sheriff's department told us that they are required to report it to DCS, CPS, whatever you want to call them. They are required to report it to them. That answer has yet to change. It hasn't changed any of the slightest.
And okay, so that's okay. I get it. So it's the only open investigation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What's the next hard one we got? Fire away.
Okay.
I'm not arguing.
Okay.
Okay, guys. So, we get into the CPS reports here, and Josh calls in. My favorite quote is, "You tell me what it has to do with it," right? Because he says, "What does this have to do with Sebastian being missing?" And Josh says, "Well, you tell me." We know now that there were 5 CPS reports total, starting in. It was basically over a year and 3 months, give or take, a period of time. So not a very long period of time with 5 CPS reports. The last of the 5, the most recent one, is still open according to Tony and what he revealed on Mr. and Mrs. E's Crimecast. And so at that time, Chris is so adamant and lying and yelling and screaming, raging at Josh. And he's just basically saying, like, look, man, you didn't tell me when I asked you straight up. And Chris is just like so adamant. And that's, oh, good, Sandy, good to see you. And so that's what's so crazy, is that he will like die on that mountain, right? He's all in. And really, he has no reason to be all in, because he knows that there's still a report out there, and he knows that if they did report it to CPS, it must have gone onto the open CPS report, that the 5th CPS report, if you will. So I just wanted to kind of demonstrate how, even though now we know that he was bull-faced lying, he still raged out at Josh. He was still screaming and yelling until Josh conceded the point. And then he was super proud of himself. He had that duper's delight. Oh, well, fire away. What's the next question you got? When really all he did was convince somebody else to back down from one of his lies. Reach for the sky. Good to see you. Good to see you. And I wanted to read, let's see. wanted to read one from Gracie. Poppy says, from having faith their daughter go, not Nina. I think you know what I mean. But anyway, can you imagine having your child staying with the father when another child in the home was missing? And you know what I mean. I know exactly what you mean. I don't know how on God's green earth a judge thought that that would be a good idea. I understand that it was part of the pre-planned parenting plan and that the family courts do like to stick to those plans. However, I don't understand for the life of me how this was a good idea in the judge's eyes. I can't imagine how little Faith would had to have felt knowing that her stepbrother was somewhere missing, that he went missing from the house that she was having to stay in. I can't imagine. And then especially when we see how mean Katie can actually be, shoving the menu at Sebastian, being so cold to him, not conversating with him at dinner. It just makes you wonder what happened behind closed doors while she was there. And Dream says she can't do anything when the courts approve the visit. It's exactly right. It's out of her hands. She could be held in contempt and face jail time. Absolutely. They could call on her and say that she kidnapped her own kid at that point and won't give her up. It's absolutely heartbreaking. Nina is a very strong woman. Yes, Holly, yes, I feel so sorry for her, but I know she's strong. She's dealt with it. She's dealt with it. CP needs Chinese water torture. That should get him singing like a songbird. I mean, kind of reminds me of that movie Man on Fire with Denzel Washington, and he's looking for that little girl Lupita, and he has to do some things that are similar because he's dealing with evil people that won't talk, and so yeah, it quite reminds me of that scenario. And I mean, it is one way. It's one way to get things done. I personally could never do like anything like that, but in the same way, you know, it's one of those things where it's worked it's worked before. So, but no, honestly, I really feel like there's not a whole lot when you have someone who's a pathological liar, a narcissist, antisocial type of a personality. They don't have remorse, they don't care, they have no regard for telling the truth. They just simply want you to believe them, and if you don't, they're going to rage out on you. And basically just, I mean, that was just a textbook example of someone who is trying to confront the narcissist and what happens when you do. It's maddening. But Dream says she did what she could. CPS isn't involved with her child at the time. Yes, it was. Thank you. Yeah, and I do believe that. I do believe that Nina was stuck between a rock and a hard place, and she had no choice but to produce her daughter and give them to these people who she knows it's an unsafe environment. And that just goes back to what we all have been talking about lately in these last couple episodes, is that, no matter what, you're at the mercy of the family court. And if they make the wrong decision, you don't really have a whole lot of say so in it. And it's the same thing with Seth, dealing with this and finding this all out about these CPS reports later on. There's no doubt in my mind, in my opinion, that Seth had reservations about Sebastian being there, especially when he recounts how Sebastian told him that Mom and Mr. Chris don't like me. Mom and Mr. Chris don't want me around. They make me stay in my bedroom, things like that. That's not normal by any standard. Parents get tired. There's times where, we've all been guilty of it. Let the kiddo play a game, let them play a video game for an hour, so you can wash the dishes or take a hot bath or something like that. That's just kind of part of parenting. But this situation is just very far from a normal parenting situation. Your children should never ever feel like you or the other parent in the household doesn't quote like them, doesn't want them around. And again, I hate to keep going back to this, but when Sebastian's dipping behind walls and things like that, he's probably listening in, and he can hear what they're saying about him. They know he knows how they really feel about him. It's awful. Holly says, I think it was bad. I do too. Yeah, dreams. I hope so too. The one thing I will say about Nina is it seems like she had a very open relationship with her children, where even when something bad happened, the children would come to her. So I'm hoping that if anything did happen while she was in their care, that she was, well taken care of by Nina. Even her oldest daughter, that Chris backhanded, allegedly, she would still come to her mother and tell her mother that she's afraid that she's going to be called down to the office out of class because she was embarrassed the last time that it happened because of Mr. Chris. And so, in my opinion, I just really feel like at least the kids know they can come and talk to her about these things. And hopefully, if anything did happen, that she's aware. And I think it would just help to even have all of the kids, after dealing with a narcissist like that, just to go to counseling. It's very important. Very important. And poor little baby. Holly says, in my opinion, they told him they hated him. Yeah, I mean, I would imagine, especially like when Jen Coffendoffer is talking about the direct quotes that came from the neighbors overhearing, come get your R word, telling Katie to come get her, that word that we all know that is disgusting and awful. Him saying to her, if you don't get rid of him, I will. I mean, if the neighbors overheard it, we know Sebastian heard it. And that's awful to hear that. That must have been terrifying for him. I mean, all we have to do is look at his little face up there, and it's absolutely disgusting, awful, terrible. You need a can of whoop ass Andy. Jude. Sebastian was so smart. Oh yes, Sandy. Oh yes. Smart, intuitive. So that just and a lot of us too, like who are empathetic, who have the empath kind of the feelings. It's kind of like a superpower in a way, but it also can be kind of debilitating, because people don't need to tell you how they feel flat out. You can feel it. You can feel it by the energy. And I believe that Sebastian was an empath, or is an empath, and that he could not only, like, he was so intelligent, knowing it, but then also he could feel it. And that's why he's trying to listen and, oh, okay, and get a better idea of it, which is absolutely heartbreaking. Star says, no, once he mentioned belts on the disciplinary bingo card, I knew better. Absolutely. And I'm about to play a clip just to show you. It is so sad, show poodles. Absolutely PTSD. Absolutely. I mean, we all know that comes from trauma. when I was first diagnosed with that, I thought, like, I've never been in the military. I don't have that. What are they talking about? That's weird, you know? And when I did some research, I realized that it does happen from trauma. It happens from DV situations. That's what happened to me. I wasn't in the military. But it absolutely happens to little children. And I think in this case, it's safe to say that with the SA abuse, with the physical, mental, emotional, all of them were present in Sebastian's life. He had endured all of that in his short life. Um, I'm not saying that he's not with us. What I'm trying to say, that up until the point that we know of, 15 years old, in 15 years, he dealt with more than some people deal with in a whole lifetime. And I that to me, I'm not going to even say allegedly, in my opinion, or any of that crap. I can't. I just can't do it, because it's clear. It's crystal clear. And Sandy says Chris told N's son that he needed to man up, and said, but he was only 3 years old. Thank you, Sandy. Absolutely. He was only 3 years old, and he's telling him to man up. If any of you followed the Elijah Vu case, this is what was told to this little boy, who was also 3 years old, that he needed to man up, that he needed to be a man. I'll say that about Chris Proudfoot. He's the one that needs to man up, and he's the one that needs to be a man. Thank you, Sandy. Sandy says, correction, CP told N that her son needed to man up. Yes. I think I read that right. I'm sorry, but either way, you know, it's whenever a man, like whenever a grown ass man tells a little tiny little man that they're supposed to be a positive role model for, to man up, that's not a good role model. We'll just put that out there right then and there. Poppy, you guys don't have to be mature. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, allegedly, according to Nina, yes, absolutely, you know. And I'm going to tell you this. I know there's some controversy with what Nina says. I know that sometimes the recollections and things, and we talked about this. We talked about doing the members live and things like that, about different recollections and things like that. So what she's saying is her perception, what she felt, what she endured, what she went through. I find it to be very believable. I'm not saying every single thing she said was believable, but when you're willing to paint a picture for everyone and tell your story of DV, you inadvertently make yourself look bad, if that makes sense. And I know a lot of you have gone through it yourselves, so I'm sure you probably understand that a little bit more than people who haven't. But people are going to look at you, and people are going to say, why didn't you leave? Why did you leave your children in that situation? For Nina, we can argue, why did you take your other children when you went to pick up Faith from the Proud Feet and the socks, when you all were doing the when Faith was to be returned to you? How come you didn't let those kids stay with your dad if your dad was down the street waiting? There are things in her story that make her look bad, and she was willing to put herself out there. She was willing to tell this story because she wanted people to understand the kind of person that Mr. Foote was. And I think that she did a wonderful job. I think she was brave. I think that she was truthful. And that's just my opinion. Holly says, in my opinion, CP doesn't need to be around the kids. I agree 100%. 100%. Oh, Chief says he likes these movies if you want to learn some things about autism. So one would be What's Eating Gilbert Grape and Rain Man. Yeah, I love those movies. What's Eating Gilbert Grape is one of my favorite movies. But yeah, like the character in that movie, Arnie, he was further down on the spectrum, whereas Sebastian was very, very high functioning. And so, you can kind of see that contrast. But no two kids that have autism are really alike. They may have some similar mannerisms and similar symptomology. Sorry if I said that word wrong. But at the end of the day, it is a spectrum, and everyone that experiences this diagnoses would exhibit different symptomology. Oh my gosh, Poppy, I know. I'm telling you, we all need counseling after dealing with it. And it's just because it's maddening, like the lies and things like that. It would be so much nicer if we heard these things and then he was in jail, I think. It would make things a lot easier on us. But just knowing that he just gets away with it and he thinks it's funny and he's laughing through it and, let me make it crystal clear, no, nothing's crystal clear besides the fact that you are you're an abusive person and a narcissist. And Holly says the Sox allegedly took all the kids to Disney and left Sebastian out of the trip. I saw those pictures on Facebook. Sebastian wasn't in any of her Facebook, the Flying Mama Sox. Yeah, her Facebook was only of her grandbabies. So Melissa's kids and Chris's kid. And Sebastian was nowhere on there. There wasn't even a picture of him. Not a picture of her hugging him, standing next to him as at a birthday. Nothing. Not a single photo. And I found it to be just totally gross. And how could she, and where is Sebastian? The CP support group. Thank you, Holly S. Hey, Jude, what caliber of whoop ass do you keep? Oh my goodness, Sandy, thank you. I needed that so badly. He loves animals, and then the asshole got rid of them. Yes, Holly, and that's another thing. It was just one more thing to Mr. Chris giveth and Mr. Chris taketh away, and he loves to do that to him. And sure as shit, he got in trouble, and he's always he's always saying all these things, and then the very first interview, it was like, oh, well, he wasn't even in trouble. It would have made sense if he was in trouble and he took off and things like that. It's like they just tell on themselves. And then with Brownie, his snake, well, even let's go back before that. So the cats, right? Katie had 2 cats. Those were her and Sebastian's cats. And then in waltz is Chris. And he says, I'll move in with you, but you got to get rid of the cats first. And so what does Katie do? She gets rid of her cats. Sebastian's cat. And he told Terry Lynn that Sebastian still never forgave him for that. So then, fast forward till he's got a snake named Brownie, and he loved that snake. Everybody knew he loved it. Katie sat there, oh, he loved that snake. He loved him. So why'd you let the guy take it from him? And then Chris tries to play it off, because I'm sure he saw the chat, and the chat was probably going ballistic. And he's, oh, well, I gave it to somebody, and Sebastian could have always gone and saw him. But, the problem with his discipline method is that it doesn't teach Sebastian anything besides not to trust him. If your child, and we all know this if we have kids, if you get a family pet and you say that that's the child's pet, you're teaching them responsibility. But I'm going to tell you right now, you're probably going to be the one doing most of it, or helping and teaching them, or doing it alongside them, right? Reminding them, hey, did you feed your pet? Did you clean your pet's cage? Did you, any of it, depending on what kind of pet, did you meet the needs for your pet, right? Because you're teaching them this. If you yank that pet away, you're not teaching them anything besides that, not to trust you, not to like you. I mean, there is no learning from that. Had they told Sebastian he could have the snake back, I don't think that they were ever going to give it back to him. I really don't. He claims that he gave it to some guy. Sebastian could go visit the snake whenever, but I don't believe it. I don't believe it for one minute. Yeah, Gilbert Grape is a cute movie. It is so cute. Poppy says that really, really broke my heart. Who does that? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it does. Oh, that one sounds good, Chief. I don't think I've seen that one. The third is a movie he doesn't remember, but it's based on a true story about a female with autism that helped the FBI solve a murder case. Well, I'm going to tell you, people on the spectrum, they're like, that's why I love calling the people differently abled because, they see things in a different way than we see them. Rain Man was such a cute movie, how he calls his brother that. Yeah, that was such a cute movie. And I know that like Hollywood doesn't always get it right. I understand that, but I do think um, you know, it's kind of it helps the public kind of understand the differences and things like that. The little nuances of people who are on the spectrum, and it just also like um, including people and bringing a better understanding. So. And Star says mullet head arsehole, arsehole step foot. Funny his middle initial being A. Oh my goodness. I know Sandy says Star, I know I'm mad. Or I know I'm mad, but I feel like I can misbehave a little. Oh. You guys can misbehave, it's fine. Oh goodness. Aw, couponing, thank you for the hearts. Thank you. Thank you so much for the hearts, guys. That's amazing. Yes, yes. Well, and we all have to protect ourselves online. That's what's so weird about them not, them wanting to be so secretive, but yet they just go on YouTube like it's not, worldwide. And Sandy says, why did N have another baby when her husband was abusing her kids from a previous marriage? That's the first thing that came to my mind. Absolutely, Sandy. And see, that's what I mean. Like in these relationships and things like that those are the questions that people ask, and they're valid. You know what I mean? They're very valid. I personally think that, and I don't think it's right at all, but I personally think that Nina loved CP. I think she wanted him to change. I don't think that she really experienced anything like that before. And I think that she really didn't know what to do. She kind of like went between them and everything like that. But that's what really makes her story more believable to me, is the fact that she made herself look bad as well. It wasn't like she was like, well, I was perfect and he was horrible, because that to me wouldn't really make a whole lot of sense. It would be like, well, we're all responsible. It takes two to tango, all that other stuff. But that's a great question. And then by her accounts, according to her, Chris didn't want um, a child, and was pushing for her to, terminate the pregnancy. However, thank God she didn't. But I completely understand that. And see. Yeah, good point. Hey Jude, thank you for the yes, the good terminology. Love bombing. So like with love bombing, and I made another video and I put it in there, just some comparisons of what Chris was saying and what Katie was saying. But in the beginning of a narcissistic relationship, what will happen is the person will love bomb you, and they'll tell you how great you are and how wonderful, and they can't believe they found you, and they've never met a woman so beautiful, and they've never met, and it goes for men too. Men can be love bombed as well. I never met a guy like you before. I've never, that sort of thing. The whining and dining that we see in the beginning, the trips deep sea fishing. Even Chris himself said, oh, well, Seth would take Sebastian fishing. He'd been fishing before, but never deep sea fishing. And that's another thing that, excuse me, that's another thing that grandiose narcissists like to do. They have these delusions of grandeur, this grandiosity that they want to display for everybody. So you can't just do a night at McDonald's, we need to go to a faux restaurant because a faux restaurant is, nice and whining and dining experience. Oh, you guys want to go again? Oh, you guys had fun on the first go around on the boat? Well, hey, I'll pay for another one, that sort of thing. And they make you feel indebted to them. It's like these little seeds that they plant, and over time, it's just one of those things where you don't even feel like you're good enough for them. It's a very strange dynamic, but it's referred to as love bombing, and that's what happens in the beginning because they want you to fall for them. Once they know they have you, game over, and it's very hard. It's a very tough psychological maneuver to explain and to get over, really. And Dream says, "Oh, Eep, mommy time." Oh, okay, all right. Well, hey, thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Yeah, Mama Socks only cares about blood, Sandy, for sure, for sure. Star. Sorry, I had to read that. I went to Catholic school, so I know what you're I know what you're talking about. Poppy Love says, so did C send K to the airport in New Mexico to fly with F back? Then at that point at the airport, chase and around taunting her while she was already having to send F off, trying to make her look crazy to get F, in my opinion. Yes, absolutely. I did hear that happen. Of course I wasn't there. But I do know that that happened. I do know that that's exactly what a narcissist would do. Exactly. Even when they get their way, they still try to do the gaslighting, the crazy making, all of those behaviors because they want to look like they're the good person. And they want to make the other person look like they're completely insane when it's really the other way around. It's the other way around. Sandy says, I wonder if KP felt when CP made Sebastian trash bag up everything in his room and take it to the curb, knowing she paid all that money for all of his stuff. Yeah, well, and that's another abusive behavior. So whenever you're in a DV situation, they will do this as well. It's the first thing that alerted me when I heard that he was doing that. I don't think that he cared, and I don't think that he cared what Katie thought or anything. But I agree, I would be upset. I mean, that stuff isn't cheap, and then also you're throwing away my son's things. But then again, we see this with Nina. Nina also recounts that whenever she left Chris, a friend of hers, a neighbor, called and said, "Hey, do you know he's getting rid of all your kids' stuff?" I mean, that's what he does. That's his MO, right? Because if they can't hurt you physically, then they're going to hurt you through your stuff. And that's something that, CPS isn't going to be able to do anything about. You can't call CPS and say, he threw away all my kids' stuff, or Sebastian can't go to school and say, hey, my stepdad threw all of my things away. There's nothing you can do about that. That's their prerogative. So that's what's really sad. Statistic time, Minnie says, most people who have been through trauma are empaths. Yeah. And what's really interesting too, while I was researching like the narcissists, they seem to prey on empaths because partly because they admire the feelings, that we can have. They're not capable of that. And then also they like to exploit it too. And so it's like they see that instead of it being something that is really powerful and special, they see that as a weakness to exploit. Smiley's interview, it was on, where's my little sheet here? It was on March 20th, 2024, 24 days in to Sebastian being missing. So yes, but it was that date, and I believe I'm trying to think of what it was called off the top of my head. I'm not 100% sure, but if you kind of go back on her lives, you should be able to watch the full interview. And it's very telling. This was the first time he kind of slipped up with things, in my opinion. There were a lot of little things, especially like going back to just where we're at now, and then going back and watching it, it kind of makes sense. We can find a lot more connections, in my opinion. You're right about N loving CP. She was insecure, in my opinion. I get it. Yeah, absolutely. Even though she's a gorgeous woman, and I thought she was stunning. Like when I saw her, I was like, "You were married to Chris?" I'm like, "Oh gosh, okay, alrighty then." But that's the thing. Narcissists are very, very, very charismatic, very charming, very, very charming. They love to they they just love to do that love bombing, and they love to get you hooked. Yeah, narcissists are great manipulators. Yes, yes, they are. Hey, Jude. Yes, they are. Hey, the path. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yes, and then they take it away. Yep, they sure do. They take it all away. They do that because they want you to feel comfortable, and everything, and then they like to yank it away because they like that toxicity. They live and breathe on it. It's called narcissistic supply. And that's what motivates them. Some of us get motivated. I know sometimes, mine is like when I'm angry or, passionate about something, that's my motivation. For them, it's more or less like, how can I manipulate somebody, and then how can I trick them? That to them is like a high for them. It's a high for them to have that control over somebody. It's very sick. It's a mental illness. It really is. It's a personality disorder, but it's part of the dark triad of mental illness. Um, so, and it's a cycle star. Yes, ma'am. Round and round. Yes. And that's the thing too, because it's like, you'll have the honeymoon too, where they're going to say they're sorry. If you tell them and you try to set these boundaries and things like that, then they're going to, oh, I'm so sorry, blah, blah, blah. If you have a malignant narcissist, though, you'll never get an apology. They will never validate your feelings that they hurt you. They would rather ignore you, give you the cold shoulder or the silent treatment, and make you feel like you did something wrong. So you have kind of the different levels of narcissism as well, which is scary. Hey, Dorothy, good to see you, hon. Good to see you. Oh, good night, Jana. Thank you so much for being here. Absolutely. And if you will email me, it's in my channel description, but I'd like to talk with you for a little bit if you have some time to carve out. I would love to talk with you about your sister, and just kind of so I can make sure I get things right. But whenever you get a chance, just email me and we can talk. And thank you so much for being here. And I'm going to go ahead and play this next clip, guys. Yeah, control freak much, Poppy says. And Dorothy says they want all the attention too. Absolutely. Yeah, it's all eyes on me. If they're not, that's a great point, Dorothy. If they're not getting all of the attention, they'll do something to get attention. And they don't care if it's negative. The negativity, they feed off of it. It's still supply to them. It's all supply, to feed them. And Star says, Dorothy, they get jealous. They get jealous if they don't get to come before the children. Star, that is an amazing point. So this is very true. A lot of times that's a key indicator that you're dealing with a narcissist, if they are jealous of your children. And I have said this in my videos before about Chris being jealous of Sebastian, right? Because they're vying for all the attention. If the attention is focused on a child, they don't care that that's a child and they're an adult. they want all that attention. How dare that child take any of their supply away, in other words. And I always thought that he was jealous of Sebastian and the love that a mother would have for her son. So absolutely great point, Star. Thank you. Andy says we all saw how charming CP was with Terry Lynn. Oh my goodness, right? She shut his butt down. And the path says, I can almost guarantee that CP's mother would have been a very dominant woman when he was younger, and he probably could never get her love and affection, only her control. That's a very great point, Path, and the reason why I think it's a great point is because I've often wondered if Kathy is too a narcissist. It is something that is, you become a narcissist because of trauma, but it is also somewhat of a genetic and or learned behavior. So if you grow up with a narcissistic mother, that might either make you narcissist, or you want to get away from it. You don't ever want to turn out like that. God forbid. And it's very difficult for children who have narcissistic parents because you're right, they can't get the approval, only the control. Sandy says, I agree. Had to be mother. We've never heard one peep from CP's father. Absolutely, Sandy. And another thing too is if she isn't a narcissist, let's just say she isn't, but if she wasn't a narcissist, then her overbearing and overprotection of Chris could have made him into one as well. So there's just a lot of factors involved in it. And it could have been abandonment from his father. If his father abandoned him, something like that can always go into play. Hi, Sue. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. And yeah, he probably doesn't want anything to do with it, Star. Probably not. Sue says, so I said Katie has been gaslighted to the max. Yeah, I believe that. I really do. I believe that. It's just a common tactic to make somebody else feel like they're crazy when they're really doing, it's actually happening. But they really enjoy that game of making somebody else think differently than what they really should, what reality really is. Absolutely, Sue, and thank you for being here. Dorothy said she did. Terry, don't play. No, she does not. No, she does not. And Sue says, yes, they are desperate for the mother-child love. Yeah, absolutely. And he wanted some men, and it goes for women too, guys. I don't want to just single men out here, because the dynamic is it goes both ways. But I think you're absolutely right, Sue. So when somebody is desperate for that attention and that love, some men, if they didn't get it from their mom, that's what they're trying to search for in a woman that they're with. So that's a great point. Oh, yes, the other PF, yes. And Sue says the golden child being raised as the one and only. Absolutely. That can trigger so much in a growing child, thinking, oh, I'm always the best. I could do no wrong. And if I do, my mom's going to take care of it for me. Same thing, daddy's money will handle it, certain things like that. It just breeds entitlement. And thank you. Hey, Jude. Thank you for being here, hon. Thank you so much. You're amazing. Yes, you're welcome, Sue. You're welcome. All right, guys, let's go into this next one. Let me make sure I'm not double playing here. Oh, no, I have it on this one. Sorry, I have too many papers. I have way too many papers. I need to get it all onto a spreadsheet is what I need to be doing. All right, so, oh yeah, we were on the lab, okay. And
Let me tell you what happened. I can explain.
Hey, Chris, Josh was going to
Yes,
call
ma'am.
me.
Let me tell you what happened. I can explain. Now. Let me tell you. Chris, when you went on and talked about hitting Sebastian with a belt and kind of, just chuckling about it and how the social services or child protective services came to your door and apologized to you, that got people upset.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I've had CPS called on me in 2 states, New Mexico and Tennessee. Tennessee was Sebastian, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
In fact, Sebastian here, like I said, I got nothing to hide. So Sebastian went to school one day because we were at the house. He got in trouble. He didn't have a belt on. I was like, "Where's your belt?" And got it. Whack. Got him. So he goes to school and he tells the teacher. They're mandatory reporters. So the teacher reports it. That afternoon, CPS shows up to the house while we're actually sitting down to eat dinner. Now, mind you, 15-year-old child. He's not real happy because he's in trouble, so he's being punished. So he shows, he makes a report. They come to the house, and the lady who comes to the house is the same lady we've had. She's had a case before. Now, the case that was before was something that didn't even happen, and it's like 3 stories that were shoved into one. And when they finally got it debunked, they were like, "Oh, he got so mixed up in telling one story, it mixed into 3 and it caused a commotion." Well, they canceled that out. So the one on me, she shows up, and I said, "Hey, how you doing?" It's her again. She's like, "Oh, hey." She goes, "Hey, I already don't." She's like, "Don't tell me anything, but I'm gonna tell you what I know happened." And I said, "Okay." She goes, "Blah blah blah." She told me exactly what happened. I said, "Yes, ma'am." She goes, "Oh my God." I said, "Yes, ma'am. This is how it's been." Sebastian thought by telling on me, making it sound like I was so horrible that I was going to get in trouble over something stupid. And I was like, "No, Sebastian, you got punished, man. You got punished." And he was like, but, and I was like, "You got punished." And the lady took him outside. She goes, "Sebastian, just because you get in trouble and you get punished, you need to understand when you go and you say things about people and you lie and you fabricate things and you make it sound worse than what it is, sir, you can get in trouble for that." So that happened, and the lady was like, "I am so sorry." And I said, "No, he's just a child. He's upset. It is what it is. I'm okay with it." He sat that back down at the dinner table and was like, "See, eat your food." And we went back, and everything's been fine.
I'm sorry, I have to do it.
Y'all, for clarification, no, I did not allow him to beat my son with a belt. He did not beat my son with a belt.
Have I ever used a belt on Sebastian? Yes.
Okay.
Outside of his clothes, on his buttocks.
My understanding this, you hit him with a belt because he didn't have a belt.
No.
No.
Okay.
No. So the question about hitting him on the outside of his clothes, on his butt with a belt, that was something that he got in trouble for because he lied to us, and he got 1 lick.
It got
well,
people.
But right, let's clear that real quick.
Okay.
That needs to be cleared up because what was said and what people heard are 2 totally different things.
I heard you say you hit him with a belt.
Okay, so let me finish because that's the problem. When I go to make the statement, people want to interrupt and try to say, "Well, this and that." No. You wanted the answer. I'm giving you the answer. Now, when I answered that question, I told people Sebastian got a spanking. He got 1 lick on his butt outside of his clothes. If somebody can tell me how that's abuse to a child, explain to me.
Can you confirm when that happened?
That was years ago. Now, mind you, 15-year-old child.
I got spanked by a belt and wouldn't spoon by my mom for years.
So, but let's not sidetrack. Let's stay on board. Okay. So the question about the CPS thing that came up to play that everybody wants to tie to this belt is not what it was.
Okay.
Well, I think it was confusing because when you initially talked about it, you referred to him as an embarrassed 15-year-old. So
yes, you did.
Like it was years ago.
Now, mind you, 15-year-old child.
We thought it was like right recently.
Well, instead of asking for clarification,
let's clear it up.
So, as it stands, Sebastian went to school one day. He made a statement to a teacher. The teacher reports it to CPS. CPS comes to the house. That case has nothing to do with Sebastian getting spanked. And so Sebastian went to school one day because we were at the house. He got in trouble. He didn't have a belt on. I was like, "Where's your belt?" And got it. Whack. Got him. So he goes to school and he tells the teacher. They're mandatory reporters. So the teacher reports it. Mm-hmm. That afternoon, CPS shows up to the house while we're actually sitting down to eat dinner. That had everything to do with Sebastian didn't like being in trouble. So he thought by reporting it to a teacher, they were going to come to the house and they're going to take me out of the house and do this and do that. That is what the CPS case was about. And yes, I laughed at it because when I explained to Sebastian, very detailed, what happened, he thought it was a joke. When the CPS lady shows up and looks at him and says, "Sebastian, you can't false report. That will get people in trouble and you can get in trouble." And then she explained to him what happens.
What did he say you did to him?
Can I ask you, what does that have to do with the price of eggs in China when it comes to the disappearance of Sebastian?
Because I'll tell you why. Because you're wondering why people are coming at you. And it's because he was in your home last. That was the last place he was seen.
Yes,
so
he was.
When we hear these things, it's like, okay, let's just clear it up and see what happened. Because I'll tell you why. Because people, I'm not saying me, but I've seen people say, "Hey, he was hitting his child. He reported it to his teacher. Did something happen? Was there an explosive incident that happened?"
No, absolutely nothing of that nature.
Okay.
And for people to not understand, when you discipline a child, there's a difference in discipline and abuse. There truly is a difference.
But I think hitting anybody with a belt is abuse. I'm sorry, I do. And a lot of people agree with me, and that's the problem.
And
so
that's the great thing. That's the great thing about having your opinion.
Yes.
That's an opinion. That's not a fact. That's opinion.
Okay. I think a belt is abuse, but that's my, again,
Well,
that's my
if I was leaving bruises and marks on a child, that's abuse. That would be considered abuse.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
so by definition,
that's weird.
That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. You can say your opinion, and that is fine, but you have to back it up and say, what I'm stating is just an opinion. There's no fact to it. When you don't say that, you leave it open to interpretation for a lot of people to take it and run with it. That was a lot of the problems with this.
And there will be people, I can get people from CPS that will say, hitting a child with a belt is an abuse. But here's the thing. You're right. That doesn't have anything to do necessarily with Sebastian and his disappearance. But what it does is it creates a narrative in people's minds that we need to clear up and change, Chris. We need to clear it up and change it. Okay? So let's do that.
So we just did.
Okay. If now, you did go on Nancy Grace and say that CPS has never been called. And
no, that's not. No. Nope.
Okay, that's what I heard. What did you say?
She asked the question about a situation, and she asked me if I had ever had CPS called on me. I believe is what the question was. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't exactly know what the question was without hearing it again, so I'm not going to answer you with something without having it in front of you.
Okay, that's fair. That's very fair. Very fair.
I want to find out about Mr. Proudfoot hitting Sebastian with a belt. What happened?
That was actually several years ago, and it
to
was
Mr. Proudfoot. To Mr.
Now, mind you, 15-year-old child, he's not real happy because he's in trouble, so he's being punished. So he shows, he makes a report. They come to the house.
Proudfoot to Mr. Proudfoot.
Yes,
Mr. Proudfoot, what happened?
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were asking Katie. Sebastian had gotten in trouble. He got caught lying. And I had asked him, I said, "Hey, you got to have a punishment for this." He says, "Yes, sir." And I said, "Okay." So I gave him a swat with a belt on his buttocks on the outside of his clothes. One swat.
What did he lie about?
Honestly, I don't remember at the time, but it was probably something dealing with school because that's majority where his issues lie.
At school, he does pretty well with a lot of the kids, but even that, they have to take breaks, because not him, but not just him, but even the other kids, they each have their unique interests and their unique ways of thinking and doing things, and so they get to each other and they have fun, and then something will happen and one or both will get frustrated, and so they got to time out and whatnot.
And so Sebastian went to school one day because we were at the house. He got in trouble. He didn't have a belt on. I was like, "Where's your belt?" And got it. Whack. Got him. So he goes to school and he tells the teacher. They're mandatory reporters, so the teacher reports it.
Mm-hmm.
That afternoon, CPS shows up to the house while we're actually sitting down to eat dinner.
Did he have other issues at school?
Some behavioral stuff, but nothing too crazy.
What kind of behavioral stuff?
He has a hard time. He's like awkwardly socially like blending in with students, so it's a little. He's trying to figure out how to do it, but respecting people's space. He gets a little too close, and then kids don't really accept that too much, so it kind of causes an issue. But he'll not stop, and he continues on. So then it causes an issue, and instead of being honest about it, he'll lie like, "No, I didn't." Okay, Sebastian.
We're lying about doing.
Was that the first?
We're lying about doing.
Was that the first time? Was that the first time you had ever hit him with a belt?
Yes, ma'am. The one and only time, actually.
When was this?
Years ago, ma'am.
Now, mind you, 15-year-old child.
Any idea how many? 3, 10, 1?
It probably at least 3 years ago.
I don't understand how that turned into a CPS or Child Protective Services complaint. How were they alerted that you hit him with a belt?
That did not turn into a CPS service call.
And so Sebastian went to school one day because we were at the house. He got in trouble. He didn't have a belt on. I was like, "Where's your belt?" And got it. Whack. Got him. So he goes to school and he tells the teacher. They're mandatory reporters, so the teacher reports it.
Mm-hmm.
That afternoon, CPS shows up to the house while we're actually sitting down to eat dinner.
There were other CPS reports, right? Were they regarding your other child?
There is one in regards to my daughter that I know of out in New Mexico with my ex-wife and myself.
Then how does that turn into a CPS complaint against you?
I have no idea, ma'am. There's a lot of misinformation out there right now in regards to my New Mexico case that actually has no relevance to the Sebastian case.
Then was there even a CPS complaint against you in New Mexico?
Not that I am aware of. And my attorney and myself have well educated on my case, and there's nothing that we know of.
Was there a TRO taken out against you regarding
Yes, ma'am.
your daughter?
Not a TRO, but a TPO.
A temporary protective order. Why was that taken out?
So in regards to that case, my ex-wife had a TPO put against her in Tennessee at the time. When we went to court, that got dissolved. I was ordered to hand my daughter back over to my ex-wife at the time. She gets in a truck. She fleds to New Mexico. 2 days later, she files one in retaliation.
Is it still in place?
No, ma'am. That was dropped within, I think, 2 weeks of it being put in place.
I've got a question about the belt incident. You're telling me that was the only time that you ever hit Sebastian with a belt?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're also telling me that did not make it to CPS?
No, ma'am, that did not.
And so let's move on. Okay, so nothing came of that from you hitting him with a belt. Has there ever been any, and people are going to ask, has there ever been any violence in your home as far as Sebastian is concerned?
No.
Okay.
Okay, guys, sorry that was so repetitive, but I just kind of wanted to keep throwing his words back at him because he was just so adamant about the fact that it only happened one time and that it was years ago. And even Katie tried to lie and say it was years ago. She will not let anybody talk bad about Chris, and Chris won't let anybody talk bad about her. Now, this is normally the way that a relationship should be. You should stand up for your partner, absolutely. But when it comes to your child and lying in a missing child's case, I don't understand how these two are still walking free. I just don't. I don't understand it. And maybe someone could explain it, but that's the best way that I can explain what Chris's own words. This is the best way I can show it and demonstrate how absolutely crazy it is that we should believe that he only hurt Sebastian one time. If Chris wasn't home, how did Sebastian get the bruise on his neck? He told the panel, he told the entire panel on just recently on the Elevated Truths podcast that was possibly a hickey. Yeah, so it's just they're expecting us to believe this completely awful, wretched stuff that, I mean, all we have to do is go back to his own words and he contradicts himself, and he can't get mad at anybody but himself for that. Same thing goes for Katie for lying. He was lying about doing work. She was real quick to jump in and say Sebastian or lying about doing work. What the heck is that about? So he lied about doing work. So are you going to teach him a lesson not to lie, or are you just going to beat him with a belt? And then one part that made me particularly angry was when Chris Proudfoot talks about hitting Sebastian with a belt because he's got social and emotional issues at school, and those were the big problems at school. How is hitting someone with a belt going to fix that? I don't see any way that it would fix that. All it's going to do is make things worse, in my opinion. The path says, imagine diminishing whipping a child with a belt to something minor. Exactly. Yeah, absolutely. He's minimizing his behavior because he doesn't want it to seem as bad as what everybody thinks. It's just as bad as everybody thinks, but he wants to absolutely diminish that behavior. It's awful. And Sandy says, and that's what they did. In my opinion, they took him out of the house. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and two, it's like, well, why did Sebastian want you out of the house so bad? Typically, kids want validation from the parental units, so to speak. So even their step parents, all they want is love and acceptance. And so it wasn't a position where Sebastian was new, or excuse me, Chris was new to the household and Sebastian didn't really like him. He didn't want to share the time with his mom and things like that. That's that happens in blended families. But this was after the love bombing phase, after he wined and dined Katie for the faux restaurants and took them on these great trips fishing and all of this stuff. And now we're fast forwarding to seeing this awful situation. And if Sebastian wanted him out of the house, that wasn't Sebastian's fault. It was Chris's fault, in my opinion. T dummy is T. And Sandy, you're absolutely right, because he mistreats children, and now Sebastian is missing. What are we to believe about that situation? It's very typical to see these situations, and the parents are responsible. So, I mean, I hate to speculate so hard on things like this, because obviously everyone's innocent until proven guilty, right? No one has been convicted or arrested even. However, I mean, we're just seeing this. We're just seeing this, and the lies, and he can't even just admit, yes, what I did was completely wrong. Any parent that is missing their child, doesn't know where they're at, is going to be like, gosh, I wish I would have been nicer to that kid, even if it's not their child. I wish I would have spent more time. I wish I would have done. And we see this. We see this with Seth. You know, the Christmas interview, or excuse me, around his birthday interview, all he wanted to do was be with his child again and make more memories, and um, just be with his child. And so I don't see that in the slightest from these two. They're just trying to disparage Sebastian and make him look like he was the problem, in my opinion. And then we find out that they were trying to find a school for him to go to, so they didn't have to deal with him. And then then he turns up missing after 5 CPS reports. I mean, I'm sorry, but they would have to do a lot of convincing, in my opinion, to make me think that everything, was just fine in the household, based on all of the information that we have. And the path says KP is sick as he is to let him. I agree. I agree. And she sticks up for him, She sticks up for him. Sandy says it's a felony on an autistic child with chromosome deletion syndrome and water on the brain. Absolutely. And why have they not been charged with this? He openly admits this, but yet the sheriff allows it. I don't understand why. Is it like the snuggle struggle? Maybe. The path says I raised 4 kids and never hit one of them, even once, when when they're acting like goofballs, or when they're mouthing, or being sassy or whatever. That's still not the best practice or option. There's a lot of other ways, and then also to let some guy that's not even their father do that, to me, that's absolutely insane. And the past says, notice how he kind of loves to talk about that, how his voice perks up when he talks about that, how he had to hit him with a belt. Absolutely, Path. That is exactly right. He gets excitement in his voice. Oh, and then especially when the CPS worker says, you can get in trouble, and, eat your dinner, eat your food. Too bad. Looks like we got away with it again. I mean, how did Sebastian feel? He must have felt so defeated. He must have felt so betrayed. He must have felt like no matter what he did, he was not going to be believed, or no one was going to do anything about it. That Mr. Chris had the full reign to do whatever he wanted to him, and no one was going to stop him. And then Chris comes back to the dinner table and says, see, eat your food. I mean, it's absolutely horrific. You could make a horror movie that would terrify people to the bone about just these last clips I showed you. I mean, just awful, awful, awful. Chief says, I love how CP plays child psychology with Smiley and tries to turn it around. Oh, I know. Yeah, and she wouldn't let him. There was times where he wasn't going to answer the question, and she's like, what about that? When she asked him about the vigils, how come you guys didn't go to the vigils? And he's like, and he said something, and she goes, no, really, why? Why didn't you? I mean, it's he thinks he's the smartest person in the room, but really he's not, because he tells on himself, and we catch him in the lies. I mean, it's all recorded. So you'd think he would have wrote something down, especially if they're just sitting there. They're not on camera for most of these interviews. They sit behind the scenes. And a lot of the reason why they do that, in my opinion, like we saw in the BHB trial, the judge would not allow the evidence in because it was only Chris's little bubble there. They couldn't prove that it was actually Chris or his voice that was making these statements. They did all of this on purpose, you guys. All of this was done on purpose. It's very manipulative, and it's smart in a way. I like to call it cunning. It's very cunning of them to have done this, because now it makes me wonder if those statements are going to be able to hold up in court, since they wanted to just play on the little bubble and not put their name underneath and say who they actually were, because that was one of the reasons why in the RO hearings that Chris's lawyer was able to get that piece of evidence thrown out on BHB's side, is because they couldn't prove that that was actually Chris that was making those threats about running over pedestrians, and that there's a new Tennessee law that you're able to run over pedestrians. And if you notice, he did the same thing on Elevated Truth. He didn't show his face. They never show their faces because they're lying, in my opinion. The path, I'm waiting for KP to blink when he talks about the subject. Yeah, and she just sits there and stares. She will not look at the camera. She won't. She just sits off and stares into space, just like the interview with Chronicles of Olivia. She just sits there with her eyes down. It's like, is she sleeping? What is she doing? You know? The path says he loves to put that boy down, and he's missing the child is missing, and he just keeps saying bad things about him. Absolutely. And we didn't even watch the part on what he said to Terry Lynn about Sebastian. It's absolutely horrific. I have it in a video that I made, but I didn't include it today. But I mean, talking about how he likes to have accidents in his pants and things, and he didn't say it nice like that. He said it in a very evil way, in my opinion. He didn't have to embarrass Sebastian like that. He could have said it in a nicer way, in a caring way that a parent would put it, but he's not a caring parent, in my opinion. And Dorothy says he will never say what he accused him of on the 5th. It's open now. Other channels ask. He will not answer the question. Exactly. Yeah, he denied that it was even open. He told Josh that it was because they reported it to CPS that Sebastian was missing. But lo and behold, there was still a 5th report that was open. It's absolutely terrible. The past says you're right about that. He never talks about that. He never says what it was. I imagine it was pretty bad. I mean, look at Sebastian's little face up there. I hate to add that in because it breaks my heart. I think that his eyes tell everything. And if you look very closely, he has a couple of marks on his face. And it looks like a healing shiner, like somebody socked him one in the face or whatever. And it's so sad. But his face says everything. His face says it all right there. That's what he was enduring. That doesn't look like a child that's happy. The one in the orange shirt when he was with his dad I think it was at a zoo or something like that, a museum or somewhere. That's the happy kid. The kid in the top right-hand corner might be left for you guys. That's a kid that is scared to death. That's the kid that was all of a sudden having accidents as a as a teenager out of fear, in my opinion. Star, I said the same thing. Oh my gosh, drives me bananas. He didn't even want to say complaint. He said a CPS service call, like they ordered from DoorDash. Exactly. Or like a serviceman comes out to service your dishwasher or your refrigerator or something like that. What an ass. Oh, Sandy. Semantics, Gracie. Yeah, Sandy. And I know that when Nina was recounting her experience, I know that Chris's whole family was involved in that debauchery. I don't know the dynamic fully, but I've heard a lot of speculation and also just some of the research that I've done. Very highly dysfunctional family. None of our families are perfect. Let's just put that out there. But it's very dysfunctional. Very dysfunctional. Yeah, blame it on the ex-wife. Oh, they'll blame it on anybody. Blame it on anybody they can other than themselves. They'll never take personal responsibility. He nor Katie will ever take personal responsibility. You know, she's already pleading the fifth. We'll never hear from her again. You know, the last interview, she really screwed herself over on the last interview. So we'll probably never ever hear from Katie again unless she does some kind of like you know, like a prison interview or something when they finally get cuffed, in my opinion, allegedly. And Dream says the law in Tennessee allows this type of discipline. Explain the bruises on his neck in more than one picture at different ages. Yes, ma'am. The sheriff showing up at your door is very questionable. Well, and it's not, you know, where it crosses the threshold over into being ABUSE is when like you said, this child, he's leaving marks on the child. In my opinion, based on the timeline of events, he wasn't the only one. He wasn't the only one. You know, but he'll protect Katie and let her just sit there silent and then get mad at everybody and tell us we're bashing them. We're not bashing them. We're just stating the obvious. Obvi. And Star says, I wish Nancy Grace pushed harder. You know, she didn't ask these questions without already knowing the answers, in my opinion. Star, I said that too, and a lot of people gave me flack for it because we all love Nancy. Don't get me wrong. I love Nancy Grace. I used to watch her on a court TV show that she had, and she would grill those people like no tomorrow. I mean, every little thing they said, she questioned it, and she went hard on those people. I would have liked to see her do that to the Proud Fee, especially after she was lied to by Chris, you know, name the place and time, ma'am, blah, blah, blah. I would have loved to see her wrath on that one. I don't think that you could grill a piece of toast with the heat that she put on those two. And that was just my opinion. Wasn't well received, but I don't care. I know that she has it in her to be a better interrogator than that. And Poppy says he's making it Seth's fault that CP came to the house, blaming a child victim. Yes, ma'am. What happened to the other 4 CPS reports? So total 5, with 1 still open, allegedly. Right. So all of the other ones, since they're not open, they must have been unfounded. They must have closed those cases, in other words. And so something happened to make those CPS, the social worker, close the case out and then reopen another one and then close that one out. 4 of them. And then the one that was still open, and he disappeared. Poof. Unbelievable. The Path says married 5 times tells you a lot about someone. Yeah, I mean, so it could be bad luck. In this case, I don't think so. I think that he preys on women. I think he uses them for what he can get off of them. And then when they see his true colors, they leave him. Or he, like what happened with Rachel, allegedly he hurt Rachel really, really, really bad, like abused her badly and beat her up. Yeah, yes, Miss Dorothy, it's awful. It's just awful. Walking free, able to go on different podcasts and lie and blame other people for their crap. It's like, I just can't believe it. I really can't. And I'm sorry for the rant tonight, guys. I don't like to be angry up here, but I just, you know, watching this all back, and it just, to me, where are you, Sumner County? Where are you, TBI? Where are you, FBI? Secret Service? Where are you guys at? Let's do something, because this is getting ridiculous. You know, to sit here and have to keep speculating and keep showing this crap over and over and over again, because people tend to forget. It's just bull-faced lies. And everybody knows it. So why for people who are just common people like us that we can see through it, but the authorities are letting it go? It's a 15-year-old kid that just had a birthday. He's 16 now. Where is he? And what happened to him? It's unbelievable. Dream says he would have to show bruising was enough to alert them to file. Absolutely. Or one of the teachers who was a mandated reporter, like Chris said. He also slipped up with Smiley and, oh, sorry guys, my foot's falling asleep. I sit on my foot. And so he also slips up and says, Sebastian went to school and went to say he showed his teacher. And then he said he told his teacher. So what did he show? Did he show somebody at school what happened? He slipped up. That was on him. You know, that's not on anybody else. And he's the one that did it to him. Or Katie did, and he's covering her butt. Somebody hurt Sebastian. Somebody put those marks on him. In the awkward way of having to fall on your neck to create something that looks like a thumbprint, like a hand mark on your throat. You know, what more do we need? What more do we need? And Dream says it's mandatory as a teacher or an adult in the state. So go backwards. Yeah, absolutely. They have to. If a teacher knows or sees something like that, they have to report it. They have to. And Poppy says, I don't believe it was just one time either. In my opinion, my dad used about on me up until my early teen years. I'm sorry, Poppy. I feel for Sebastian so much. Teachers told a different story of what they saw from them. Absolutely, they did. And, you know, I will say that spanking with the belt is definitely something that was accepted. It's an old-fashioned way of doing things. Some parents take that to the extreme. I don't see any reason. I personally never hit my daughter with anything. Nothing. Not my hand, not a hairbrush. I know some of us got like wooden spoon, or some of us got the belt, things like that. All it does is teach you that the people that you love are able to physically hurt you, and you should still love them. And that's my opinion. And I don't think it's always malicious. I don't think it's always a bad parent that does that. I think it might be a taught behavior in many cases. But at the end of the day, it only teaches you to endure abuse from people that you love. Chief says, out of all CP's marriages, his marriage to KP has lasted the longest. Mind-boggling. Well, and you know, the way I look at it is that KP has so much generational trauma that this is what she has learned is love. She has learned that these behaviors equal love. So yeah, she's going to stick around for it. Nina probably never dealt with it before, and so she didn't realize how far and how bad it really was, and she got herself out of it. She had a loving father, a support system to go to. She had her parent, well, her mother too, that said, no, you bring, you know, the kids, and you come stay with us, you live with us, we'll take you in. Not everybody has that. Not everybody's willing to admit it. Not everybody is willing to accept the help that they're given in a DV situation. Some people lose their lives in a DV situation. And so KP could be staying out of fear. She could be staying out of just the mere fact that that's what she's used to, and that's what she perceives as love. And it's very unfortunate. Star says, Dreams, I think it was a teacher that reported them to CPS, mandated reporter, but I don't know why. CP says it was a lie, but I take very little of what he says as truth. Same here, Star. Well said. Poppy says, Belt is lashing out in anger. It's not discipline or teaching. Absolutely, Poppy. It's to punish and hurt. Kids don't remember the reason, and obviously parents don't either. Exactly, Poppy. And it's like counterproductive to what you're trying to teach your children, right? to love, to trust, to be kind, to show some kind of personal self-control, right? That you can be angry and you could not like a behavior, but that doesn't mean that you become abusive because of it. It's just, yeah, it doesn't teach anything. It just teaches, the only lesson that they learn is to hit back or accept that kind of love. You know, that they what's the quote from The Perks of Being a Wallflower? We accept the love that we think we deserve, because that's what when you're taught that when you're little, that's the love that you think you deserve, right? And then you go off and you meet a guy like that, and that's the love that you think you deserve, because that's what you've always gotten. And even your parents taught you to, I mean, that's what you deserve. It's just it's a mind F. It really is. Dream says in Tennessee, they say Tennessee is a mandatory reporting state. You don't look the other way. Yeah. Yeah. And especially when you're a teacher, and especially when your student comes to you and says, hey, I'm being mistreated at home. My stepdad did this to me today. They have to report it. They can't just say, well, we don't know. They have to let somebody go in and investigate that. That's what they're there for. That's what our tax dollars pay those people for. You know, Poppy says, I wish we knew more about CPS reports. Seth at least has those, though, now, hasn't he? Yes, ma'am. He has them. He had to get an attorney. And they obtain those. He can't release them because those records are confidential. Unfortunately, there is a lack of accountability when it comes to CPS. They are allowed to do whatever they want, and they are not held accountable, unfortunately. Star says, I sometimes wonder if KP and CP are a bit like Carla Homolka and Paul Bernardo. Like maybe CP found his match with KP, in my opinion. Yeah, okay, so I agree with that. There was a short period of time where I thought that KP was a battered woman. And I thought maybe she's scared to death to stand up to Chris. After the interview on BHB with her second cousin Yeda, I had a completely different view of Katie. I believe that she is just as abusive as Chris, if not, yeah, just equally as bad, especially after you hear that she didn't really bond with Sebastian too much. And there's just a lot of different factors that come into play there. And I really feel like she's not the battered wife. She's quite possibly the ringleader. And even her second cousin said she just looked like she was having the time of her life, living her best life, and in the courtroom. And it really caused concern for her. I mean, that's her family member. So the path says, it is so sad. My heart hugs you, Sebastian. You're welcome, couponing. Absolutely. Thank you for being here, sweetheart. Star, thank you. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, The Path. I appreciate you guys understanding and having so much insight into it. I really appreciate that as well. It's a horrible subject. I hate to go over it, but here we are 10 months later, and, Chris is going on podcasts and just lying his butt off, and it's just so frustrating to me. And then he has these flying monkeys just willing to swoop in and take over for him, and he's feeding them information behind the scenes, and they're putting it out there like it's gospel, and it's not. We have to remember these little things like that happened in the past, and I know it was a while back. This interview was from March. A lot of these interviews are from March. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of them, 8 of the interviews, all the way up from the first one on Duchess to the 8th one on Nancy Grace, those were all in March. So Web Sleuth was April 27th. And then the last one they were on was May 23rd on Queen Bee. So Poppy says that is horrific. He's making it sound like it happened years ago, and so did Katie. Yes, and Katie said no, it only happened one time and it was years ago. And just the one that is still open. What has Seth said about what he saw in those reports? He said that if we saw what was in the reports, that we wouldn't be able to sleep. Sandy says the kid in the upper right corner is a kid in a concentration camp. I know. I know, Sandy. I mean, just his little face. Freebird is, she's usually in here earlier in the night. She said that his face looks haunted in that picture, and I think that was spot on. Spot on. Thank you, Star. Hey, Donna. Oh, good, Donna. I'm glad you're I'm glad you're listening. I hope you're winning your game. I'm a gamer too, but before I know it, I can't get too far into them. I'll end up having my whole night will be gone. I'll look at the clock. Oh my gosh, I've been gaming for 2 hours. The Path said, is there another picture of Sebastian with his mother? They have their faces close together. We can't see under Sebastian's glasses that it looks like he had a black eye there also. Yes, there's another one too where there's like a bruise on his neck up here. There's several pictures like that, you guys, like if we really look closely. And these are pictures that I've not altered in the slightest. Another thing that I want to point out on the FBI, it looks like they might have added like a shadow. Hold on, let me see if I can get this. I have a light up here, that's why. But see how there's a shadow? There's a shadow, and it's not in any of the other pictures. And it's right on this side of his shirt. Like they're hiding it. And I don't know why they would do that. Because it's not in the other pictures. It wasn't in there before. It wasn't in the other optimism. There wasn't a shadow there. It's like they covered it. Thank you, Star. The Path says it's interesting now that you think about it. Those photographs of the bruises on him often appear after they've been out having fun, as if to try to smooth over the abuse so he wouldn't tell. That is a really scary thought. That is a really scary thought. And what happened at the poker game? I mean, that bruise looks a little bit older, I will say that. It's still black and blue though. I mean, it's not like it's going into like that light brown, like kind of yellowish phase that a bruise would go, Thank you, Donna. Thank you. Thank you, Star. Aw, you guys are too sweet. I appreciate you guys very much. Poppy says, I don't know about her. Can you tell more about her? About KP? Aw, you guys are so awesome. Oh, At Night just posted. Okay, I will read it. I will read it. Did they post it to X? I know they like to post to X, but then I'm also friends with them on Facebook, and sometimes I'll get the Facebook one later. I think they always do it on X first, I think. But I could be wrong. And the path says anyone who may be protecting this man, covering for him, or helping him in any crime that he's committed better be careful, because he's quite dangerous and they could be go missing next. I agree, especially that family. That family, there is something not right about them. They are bone chilling. Really quick, I will read you guys this from Kathy Bowersox that I have on Kathy Bowersox. She posted something on Facebook. Oh, Rachel. Okay, I haven't heard much about Rachel. Can please explain? Okay, so Rachel is Chris's third wife, and there was something very horrific that happened. He was physically abusing her, allegedly. There were accounts that he hurt her so badly that she was bleeding from her head. I don't know exactly what happened, but Chris tries to tell Smiley when it's brought up on her panel that Rachel still talks to his mom and all of this kind of stuff. And I'm here to tell you, even when, I mean, they don't have kids together, but I know from experience, I didn't hold anything that my ex did to me, to anybody else. Except for when like his family started being flying monkeys to me and like started doing things to me and stuff like that, then I was like, well, how could you guys do that? And it took a really long time for me to do that. So even if Rachel does still talk to some of the people in her in the family, it might be just to kind of keep things kosher, if you will, not rock the boat, not stir the pot. And if even 10% of what we've heard about the flying monkey socks and CP and everything is true, then she would be smart to do that and not rock the boat. This is the latest from Kathy Bowersox on her Facebook, and I'll read it to you guys really fast. It says, not asking for consideration here. I don't expect that from anyone on this site. If you have the nerve to call my personal and business cell phone and leave a disgusting voicemail, be adult enough to not block your number. I don't hide my identity, yet you feel entitled to act in this manner. And to the one who left the message, don't worry about me burning in hell, because with actions like yours, your place in hell is already reserved. She sounds guilty as sin to me, because if somebody told me to burn in hell, I'd be like, I ain't burning in hell. I believe in the Lord Jesus Christ. I would be like, sorry. Oh, awesome. Okay, great, guys. I'll go over and look. Poppy Love says, at least CPS the last time with it open and told CP he couldn't be in the house, which was obviously the last straw, in my opinion. I do believe that as well. I believe that they told Chris that he couldn't, that they're going to take Sebastian, they probably had it, with all these open cases shut, unfounded. They probably were like, when they get the fifth one, I think that was, one of the straws, maybe even the fourth one, them saying, you need to just be out of the house. You guys can't be together. You guys obviously have too many problems and we don't have a place to put Sebastian. So you need to leave the house. I definitely think that's true, and that's just my opinion on that. But I think you're right, Poppy. I do. I think you're right. Okay, guys, let's go ahead. Oh. Net Detective, nice to see you. They say, nobody that whips with a belt only did it just once. Good point. Good point. Yeah. And if it was, it would have had to been maybe like for like a really bad reason, right? Not just because he forgot his belt, not just because he, like say he like hurt his little sister or something like that. I could see somebody getting that angry and doing it once, but I agree. When that happens, it's very rare that it's just one time. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. That was well said. Hey, Island. Good to see you, hon. Good to see you. Thank you. Thank you, Star. I'm going to read it. Okay, Dorothy, come back. Hey, Jen and Don, though. Good to see you. Good to see you guys. The Path says, Star, I agree with you about Bernardo and Homolaka. Did I see that right, guys? The Path says, I would have loved to have been Sebastian's mom. Oh, I would have loved to have had a little boy like that. Me too. Me too. The Path. I have a daughter, so, but I would be honored to be Sebastian's mother. He just radiates just a sweet, 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 sweet person. I mean, he was a joy. Like his dad said, he was the sun coming through the clouds. And I really believe that. I really do. Let's check X really quick. And yeah, how she carried herself at the Texas Roadhouse, she was not weak in my opinion either, Island. Good, well said. Yeah, I do have, well, I have a couple more clips, Donna. Which interview do you want to see? And I can put it on for tomorrow. Let me look up Nick. I was on Dog's thing. There's Nick. Is it on Nick or at night, I wonder? He does Nick. He has Nick. Okay, 3 minutes ago. Oh, I know which one. I know this. Is it the Ben Franklin one? I know this story. If that's the one. Is it the Ben Franklin one? Let me know which. Oh, the aunties? Oh yeah, I'll get that one for us for tomorrow. Let me write it down really quick next to Jana. Yada. Yeah, we'll do Yada's. We'll do Yada's tomorrow. Donna. Thank you, Donna, for asking for that because I do have it handy actually. Star says Sebastian has so many people who love him and want him to be his family. Yes, he does, and his friends. He's got tons of friends. I only hope he finds out how many people care. I do too. I do too. I hope he knows. The Path says kind of ironic that he was working on location at a children's hospital, isn't it? Yes, I agree. Completely ironic and just kind of like whenever Grady Judd busts those SOs and they work at Disney. Net Detective says CP is a very angry man. In my opinion, he's abusive. Absolutely. My opinion as well. It's just very clear to see. I will, Donna. I'll play that tomorrow. His pants are always on fire. Oh, okay. Courageous individuals we've identified. Oh, okay. I bet you it's at night because I just saw Nick posted. I'll read what he says too. Is it the one on at night? Thanks to critical information provided by courageous individuals, we have identified the 3 key individuals responsible for orchestrating the hate campaign targeting our employees and partners. Is that one? Yes, I saw that she said that. I don't do Facebook. Oh, okay. Yeah, Kathy. Good Lord. Island, I love that. No, I didn't see Jules's video. No, I didn't. I shared her last one because I had to take the Trans-Siberian Orchestra out of it. Otherwise, they were like, oh, copyright. So what I did was I just took that one out, but then I went and reposted her video on my community wall because I was like, I wanted her to know it was nothing bad. And you're welcome, Donna, of course. Thank you for suggesting it. Good night, couponing. Much love, girl. Yeah, I think you learned a lie from CP in my opinion too, and KP if he's lying. And that's the thing too. We always have to consider that. It's like when our kiddo says a swear, right? When they say a swear word and they use it in the correct context, we could look at each other and say, okay, well, which one says that phrase? Like if somebody in the family says, oh shit, and the kid says, oh shit, well, who do you think they learned it from? Is it right to go knocking them around, because they repeated something they heard? I mean, it's nuts. It's nuts. The one where she cleared things up. Yes. Okay, I did see that one. I posted it on there, but then I reposted it again because she had all her receipts there. She had all her receipts, and I was like, "You go, girl." Yeah, she was not pleased. I could tell she was ready. All right, guys, I'm just going to read this one. This one was 9 hours ago at Night Intelligence pinned. Is this right? Okay. So it says, At Night Private Intelligence, in collaboration with its partners, is escalating efforts to uncover those responsible for the coordinated hate campaigns targeting our employees, partners, and investigative efforts. As part of this escalation, we are allocating an additional $2,500 to the existing reward, bringing the total to $4,500 for information leading to the identification of individuals orchestrating these campaigns and their immediate collaborators. Support for witnesses. In addition to the increased reward, At Night will facilitate airfare and accommodations for individuals willing to testify under oath in New York or Philadelphia. Provide logistical support for witnesses to deliver sworn statements to officials and fully cooperate in any ongoing or forthcoming legal proceedings. This is part of our broader commitment to ensure accountability for those who have perpetuated these malicious actions. How can you help? If you have any information about the hate campaigns, including those responsible or their methods, or if you are willing to testify under oath, please contact us immediately. You can also submit tips to, and it's all confidential, guys, and this is via email to litigation at the little at symbol and then ATNIGHT at night.agency. Call 844-922-3236. Our commitment at Night remains resolute in its mission to pursue the truth and hold those responsible accountable. With every resource and partnership activated, we will ensure these campaigns do not succeed in undermining our work or the integrity of this case. Thank you for your support as we continue to push forward with determination and transparency. And there's Sebastian. Okay, now this one is in red. Thank you for your assistance, it says. And it says, At Night Private Intelligence is pleased to announce a significant breakthrough in the investigation into the coordinated hate campaign targeting our employees, affiliates, and partners. Thanks to critical information provided by courageous individuals, we have identified the 3 key individuals responsible for orchestrating this campaign. The reward was announced at 11:39 p.m. Eastern on December 28th, and this update followed at 12:30 a.m. Eastern Time on December 30th, marking a span of approximately 24 hours and 51 minutes between the initial announcement and the emergence of substantial information from individuals. This progress underscores the swift and decisive impact of our resources, partnerships, and public support. While the primary reward of $4,500 has been lifted following this breakthrough, a $1,000 reward remains active for information that can further bolster the case and provide additional evidence against those involved. If you possess additional information or evidence that can bolster this matter, kindly contact us via email at sebastian@manhunts.one. Call or text 844-922-3236 or reach out to 833-TELL-DOG. We have identified 3 key individuals. Thank you for your assistance. Well, that's great news. And then there's another poster of Sebastian. And let me see here. So they got some intel. Oh, okay. Here's one from Steve Fisher from 11 hours ago. And so I'll read this one. At Night has discovered that Stephen Fisher, a self-proclaimed investigator retained by the Proudfoots, repeatedly asserts his ongoing communication with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation and Sumner County. He claims to have received briefings from them. One of the most recent false claims made by Mr. Fisher is, quote, during discussions with the TBI and Sumner County Sheriff's Office yesterday, we were informed that copies of the surveillance footage were provided to an unlicensed investigation agency led by Dog the Bounty Hunter and At Night Media, who were filming a reality show over the past few days. They have been publicly vocal about possessing this footage. My clients have asked me to reach out to you in hopes of having a cordial conversation regarding the matter. As you can imagine, they are under tremendous stress and pressure. They do not want to add to that. Officials have confirmed that these claims are false. They have not, nor will they, share any investigative material with Mr. Fisher or any outside parties during an ongoing criminal investigation. That makes sense. These posts are purportedly made to self-promote credibility and enhance the perceived value of his posts, but they lack any substantiation. Okay. I mean, it's just one thing after another with that Steve Fisher too. I haven't really saw too much. This one is from Nick. And I'll read Nick's. It says, and this was from 14 minutes ago. You and I were long friends. You are now my enemy and I am yours. And that's a quote by Benjamin Franklin. On July 5th, 1775, Benjamin Franklin wrote a letter to William Strand, a close friend of English publisher, when Strand decided to support Parliament and call Americans rebels. Franklin ended their relationship with this letter. 225 years later, I'm in the same boat. Motive, Franklin's face. Interesting. There we go. Oh, you're watching the chat, Chief. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Jen and Don, though, we all can't wait till it's over. You know, I mean, it's like, we just want to get that justice for Sebastian. All right, guys, I'm going to play this other clip. If you guys have another one that I should be reading, let me know. But I'm going to play this one.
What's up?
This is Tony.
So I appreciate you bringing me in, Justin. I know we talked earlier, and I told you I wanted to come on and clear up some of this misinformation that's out there. Okay. Yeah. it's a lot, so I'll just run through it. And then if the audience has any questions, I'm glad to answer those questions.
Okay.
First thing is, no, Seth did not move from his duplex. I think you addressed that. It appears that as we move along and as things get more heated in this investigation, that there becomes more desperation from the other side. But I can tell you that there's no plans for him to move out of his duplex. He did come to Oklahoma for a few days to spend an early Christmas with my family because he does not have family in that area.
Mm-hmm.
We invited him to come spend a few days to get his mind off of things and decompress. We invited him a few months ago, but he didn't feel right leaving, and he decided this time that a couple of days would be okay.
Well, everybody needs
So we had
someone
him here.
during Christmas. Of course.
Yeah, exactly. And we had some family friends that we found out a few months in that we shared. So we went over and spent some time with those folks and had some dinner at a restaurant that mutual family friends owned. And he had a great time. You spelled my name wrong, by the way, but that's okay.
Sorry.
But no, he had a great time. And, the man waited 10 months before he left the state of Tennessee. So it just enamors me that people would have a problem with that, but yet nobody even knows where KP and CP are at the moment. I mean, we have an idea that we know they've been in and out of the state, 20 times, 50 times.
Well, weeks.
February.
Weeks after.
Yeah, for weeks at a time, and weeks right after he went missing. So, we're not throwing shots at those folks. We don't talk about.
Can I just interrupt you 1 second? Brittany, who is a neighbor, she says, most of you guys know that I am a neighbor in the PF's neighborhood. The harassment in the last 48 hours has me not feeling safe in my own home. I have left. Reports have been made. I'm done.
Yeah, so to my point, the desperation has been obvious. You've made the statement time and time again that your audience is on the right side of history. And I hope that all of these people that are doing this are okay dying on the hill that they've become so loyal to. I can say this definitively. The people responsible for this will be brought to justice. We have a huge amount of faith in Sumner County and where they're at in this case at this time. And that leads me to something else that I will address. People talking about Seth not being out there searching.
Oh, I know that's a lie for sure. I know that for a fact.
It is a lie for multiple reasons. The first thing is the most crucial time as far as ground searching in this case, as everybody knows,
to the beginning
was that first 60 days.
Yep. Bingo. Yep.
And he was out in the weeds in the woods every day. He was out there to the point that everybody knew he had a shoulder surgery, or he had a shoulder injury. He re-injured that shoulder climbing around in the woods to the point that he had to have surgery. But he was relentless that first, 60 to 90 days. Now, where we're at today, somebody going out there today, they're going out there to do whatever they're doing, whether they have good intentions or they're just going out for window dressing.
Mm-hmm.
There is no reason for anybody to be searching the immediate area around the home again.
Yeah, I mean,
they also have to understand something that's very important. We are in constant communication with law enforcement.
Good.
And we are also in communication with them about, is there any place that our team can go search? Is there any place that makes sense for us to go search? If there was any place that they thought that was worth anybody's time to go search, we would have a massive team of people out there doing it. And for the people that thought that for months he wasn't searching, he may not have physically been out there while he was getting back to work, but he had a group of people working under the direction of his PI that were searching 5 days a week. And they were searching for months. And they are still on standby to search areas that pop up as tips or that we would get from law enforcement. So that group of 8 to 10 people with a dog handler stays on the ready to go out and search at any time that we get any reason to go search an area. Now, having said that, Seth is still himself on days he's not working or on daytime when he should be sleeping. He is still helping follow up on leads. And you know firsthand that we just followed up on a lead a few weeks back, and we drove all the way to Virginia to do that. And I was with him when that happened.
Well, not only that, Tony, you just left Tennessee, drove to Oklahoma, you got a tip, you turned around, and you picked Seth up, and you drove to Virginia. How many miles did you do just in that? I mean...
it was, in a matter of a 4-day period, it was close to 3,000 miles.
Ugh, there's no way I could.
So I drove back from Tennessee. I was on the phone going through the tip with our team, and 3 hours after I got back, which was about 9 o'clock at night, I turned around and drove 5 hours back to the east side of Missouri. Spent the night. It was about 1 o'clock in the morning. Got a few hours sleep. The next day, drove back to Clarksville, picked up Seth. We left that afternoon. I think we left at 3 in the afternoon, and we drove all the way to the east side of Virginia, and we got into the Airbnb at 7 o'clock in the morning. So we drove, 16 hours straight.
Oh.
So, the people that are making these statements have no idea what is going on behind the scenes. They also don't know what we know from law enforcement, which is an abundance of information. It's an abundance of confidence in what they're doing.
Right. And that'll be kept private, I'm sure. Yeah.
That'll be kept very private. I've said from day one that the general public doesn't know what they don't know.
Right.
And, Seth doesn't care what any of these creators say. I mean, we've got creators talking about, his disability from 23. Well, I addressed that 3 or 4 months ago. In August of 23, he had a training exercise that they were doing. It was a training exercise.
I think he was talking about that on Pascal's even.
He was. He had an injury. He was taken down and he sprained his ankle and his foot.
That was during when he was training on the mat or something, wasn't it? I think
it was on the job training. He was employed at the time. And again, if you just ask questions instead of making assumptions, during that time, he works a job where he can't go to desk duty. It's not like being a patrol officer where if you get hurt in the line of duty, you can go sit at a desk and still get paid. You have to go to IOD. They have to look at you. They have to make an assessment. They do x-rays, MRIs, etc.
Mm-hmm.
And they determine that he had a severely sprained ankle and foot.
They make that determination, not Seth. Because when you have to break up fights and stuff like that, you get, they check you out. You can't,
Well, and, again, there is no desk duty in his job. So if he's not physically able to break up a fight or anything that may happen, and he works in a very rough pod, so he's got to be physically able to handle himself. So again, IOD makes that determination. They do weekly checkups on him until they feel like he can get back to work, and he couldn't come back until they tell him he can come back.
Right.
So that was in August, and somehow or another, the statement that he made about what Sebastian wanted for Christmas was to take a trip, and he just wasn't able to do that. Well, IOD telling him he's got to take time off because he's injured is one thing. He has to be there to make those IOD appointments, those doctor's appointments.
Right.
So he can't leave the state when he's on short-term disability.
Right. Well, short-term disability is like 2 weeks, isn't it? I mean,
it's not a defined period. It could be 4 to 6 weeks.
Okay.
But I think it's less, depending on the state. I think it's less than 60 days.
I know it's not much.
Regardless, you have to go to weekly doctor's appointments, and when they give you the go ahead to go back to work, then you got to go back to work.
Right.
So
they check your
he
progress.
Makes a statement. Yeah, he makes a statement on a live that Sebastian wanted for Christmas, which was Christmas of 23, 2 months before he went missing, that all he wanted was to take a trip, and he wasn't able to do that. Well, he wasn't able to do it because he hadn't accrued the vacation. It had nothing to do with him being on disability. And those that keep saying that he's scamming disability, you cannot scam disability when you're a public servant. They control your disability, short-term, long-term, etc.
Yeah,
it's not like a normal job where you can tell them that you've got a problem.
If you knew what my other sister did, I would. Yeah, I know that for a fact. Yeah.
Now, in the private sector, you might accuse somebody of taking advantage of the short-term disability. Maybe they choose to have a surgery they really don't need.
Mm-hmm.
But in this situation, he was forced to take short-term disability. He didn't have a choice.
Right. Yeah.
So, and he was hurt on the job.
Yeah.
So, I think that clears up that.
Okay, guys. So there's a lot to unpack in there. Apparently, I don't really watch the the hate channels. I try to steer clear of them unless one of the parents goes on to the channel. Then I have to kind of watch it and hear what they have to say and things like that. So Tony essentially wanted to go on and call into Justin. And well, I think Justin called him rather, just to get that straight. But either way, he wanted to clear the air on some things, and so that's what he did during this conversation. One, he said that Seth did not move, which I also heard that there was speculation that Seth moved. No, he went to Tony's for the holidays. He has every right to not have to sit alone in his apartment or in his home. And I mean, those are the kinds of things that cause people to go over the edge when they feel like they're all alone. They don't have anybody. He's already missing his son terribly, and in my opinion, I know that I've had some mixed reviews with Tony, but in my opinion, I feel like he is a really good friend to Seth, and you know, I'm grateful to Tony for being there for Seth, because he needs people in his corner and he needs somebody there to be a good friend to him. He deserves that. So, you know, Tony says he didn't move, just came for the holiday. When Tony and Seth kind of connected in the beginning, they figured out that they had mutual friends, that they kind of grew up around the same area. Seth lived in Kansas. For those who aren't familiar, Joplin, Missouri is very close to Kansas. And so it's in the same general area. And so they realized that they had those commonalities. We've all experienced that in life, you know, where it's like, wow, it's a small world. And so that was the deal. It was just somewhere where they had mutual friends. Seth didn't want to be by himself. He went to Tony's, but of course people will misconstrue that. So he wanted to clear that up. I found it very interesting that Tony said that well, he didn't come out and say it, but like the Proudfoots, in my opinion, are getting desperate. That side of the fence is getting desperate. I hate that there are sides. We're Team Sebastian at this channel. I know that you guys feel that way. I don't have to reiterate it a million times to you guys. I don't have to tell you to say his name because we already say it. He's important to us, and we know how important he is. We understand that he's the very most important person, right, in this case. But what Tony was getting at is that they're getting really desperate over there. So some things are going down, and people, of course, are going to start getting harassed, threatened, all of this stuff, because of the desperation and because of the fear that they're being found out. Hey, Panda Bear's mom, how you doing, girl? And it's good to see you, and good to see you, Trishy. So I found that to be really interesting, because I've felt like that for a little while, especially once they put out those 4 photos, that SF Investigates guy. It didn't really hold a lot of water, especially when Yada came out, and we'll go over Yada's interview tomorrow. But she says that Seth asked for Katie's hand in marriage from her grandpa Don. It was not a pedo situation like SF and Katie and Chris wanted to make it out to be. It wasn't like that, according to Yada. And in my opinion, I believe Yada. I believe that that Katie and Seth were in love at some point in time, and I don't think Katie was a victim of Seth at all. And I can't stand when somebody pretends like something horrific happened to them when it didn't, because true victims of these crimes are not always believed. And then you have someone like Katie who's trying to play off like Sebastian's father is someone that did something horrible to her in her past. And she knows what the true abuse is. It's disgusting. And I feel sorry for Seth, because he doesn't deserve this. And then Tony talks about a renewed faith for Sumner County to get justice for Sebastian, that they are working very diligently on the case. And so when Seth came out and said he had a renewed faith in law enforcement and the job that Sumner County is doing, Tony just kind of reiterates that and says, yes, they are happy with what is going on now. They weren't before, but they are now. And, you know, that's fair enough. Things can change. And thankfully, they've changed for the better. In this case, Seth says, Tony says Seth has always been searching. There's no doubt in my mind about that. In my opinion, Seth has been searching from the very beginning. He wants Sebastian home no matter what. Now, he did get injured. And I do remember watching on Pascal Seth saying that he was injured at work and all of that stuff. So that definitely happened. We can't erase that time in history. That was on a Pascal's Live. I was there for it. I was diligently following Pascal and Seth being on his show at that time because I was diligently following the Riley Strain case, and then I started following Sebastian's case and Pascal's coverage of it. So I remember very vividly and clearly that Seth was injured during that time. Now, he says that when Seth was hurt, he still had PI searching 5 days a week. He was also assisting with that as much as he could. And they also have a dog handler who is assisting as well. So whenever they get a tip or a lead, they go and they follow it. Seth is officially back at work, according to Tony. And Tony and Seth just recently got back from a trip to Virginia. So they received a tip. Tony, like a good friend, dropped everything, drove back, grabbed Seth, and they went up to Virginia. It was a lead that fell up short. But when was the last time that we heard of Chris and Katie running to another state to follow up on a lead? I never have. I've never seen them do it, not once. We have seen them leave several times and do their own thing and go on motorcycle rallies and all this other bull crap that doesn't have anything to do with Sebastian. But we've seen Seth run off when he thought the picture at the rest stop that was taken was Sebastian. He went right up there immediately, and they wouldn't give him any information, but he showed effort. He showed concern, and he showed that he's going to do anything, whatever it takes, to bring his son home. And that's my opinion, but we also see that and hear that with our eyes and ears. And Tony brings up the fact that people are lying on Seth. They've been doing it. It's just going to get more and more as the desperation increases. He says that now Seth is having a good relationship with law enforcement, that they're helping him. And so one more thing I wanted to bring up in Seth's defense, and it's just because, again, I like to watch these crime shows and things like that. There is a show that shows the life of a rookie CO, so a rookie correctional officer. And granted, it is at the Albuquerque maximum state penitentiary. So it's real rough down there, very gang related prison system, just a lot of different hardened criminals, red rummers, rapists, like you name it, they're there. And it's very, very physically, mentally taxing. You have to be alert and on your toes all the time. And if those inmates know that you are injured, you're the one that they're going to target. They're always going to go for the weak part in there, and they will don't be sorry, Trishy, I'm so glad you're here. They're always going to go for the weakness, right? So they see Seth come in there limping, they're going to take their chances where they can, and he can end up hurt even worse. Another thing is, I can't imagine having to go back to work when my child is missing. I wouldn't be able to think about anything else other than my child, and it's just absolutely, absolutely heartbreaking for Seth. And then for him to have to deal with it, I'm glad that Tony said he doesn't care what us YouTubers have to say, or us TikTokers, or any of the creators. Because at the end of the day, I don't think he should be worried about what we're saying. Chris and Katie are worried enough about what we're saying for everybody. But, oh, goodness sakes. Yes. And guys, I'm just going to go ahead and play through to this next one, if you don't mind. I'll read some comments here in a second. But I'm going to play this next one.
One thing I would ask your audience and anybody else that ends up recording your live, I understand that things are getting heated for the other side and that there's desperation, but it doesn't change who Seth is. you knew how Seth was brought up, his upbringing, he is a worker. He's always been a worker. He's far from being lazy. And the only thing he's ever wanted since February 26th was to find his son.
Right.
And he has not come out and attacked people. He's not come out.
No, that's true.
Got involved in all the drama, and he's never changed what was important to him, which was finding his son. And to this day, he continues to be involved in that process, whether it be personally following up on leads, whether it be, meeting with law enforcement, whether it be, going out and handing out flyers or taking flyers to people that are handing them out, whether it be taking water to searchers that are out searching. He is actively involved and has been, even when he was hurt.
Mm-hmm.
So, when he had the neck surgery, he was still driving around, handing out flyers, doing things that he could do to support the people that were out there. He's never stopped.
I know he hasn't. He's a broken
the other
man.
Thing I will tell you, well, he is. And the other thing I will tell you, and, even the other side cannot dispute this, you can go back and look at every interview the man has ever done, and you're not going to find changes in stories. You're not going to find inconsistencies. You're not going to, you're not going to find any of that.
Not when it comes to the 25th or the 26th. There's nothing there. I mean, he didn't do it. I mean, it's that the man has done everything possible to clear his name for the public, unlike what Mr. Edgar won't even say specific dates when he was at home from the beginning of February up until the morning Sebastian went missing. We can account for Katie. We can account for Chris. We can account for Seth. One person we can't, and he won't.
Well, we can account for Sebastian, Katie, and Seth, not
Yeah,
Chris.
that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. He won't say.
So, and here's a rhetorical question for you and your audience. Did they go search the landfill where Seth's trash was dumped?
No, they did not. No, they didn't.
Are they worried about lights in Seth's neighborhood?
No, they're not.
Are they worried about a trash truck in Seth's neighborhood?
No, they're not.
At some point, whether you are an actual true crime person or a content creator or even just a channel that does nothing but hate and drama,
Mm-hmm.
you still have to get back to the facts.
Mm-hmm.
And the facts are that regardless of what they say, Seth has never been a suspect. There is a major difference in the fact that nobody's been cleared and all you guys are suspects.
Mm-hmm.
The wording there is very key. You notice that Sumner County has never said all these guys are suspects. They simply say that nobody's been cleared.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, the facts are the facts. They don't change. They're not going to change. And one thing I can promise you and your audience is that they will bring those that are responsible to justice. I believe that in all my heart. Seth believes it in all his heart. And the communication that we're getting right now and the understanding of where they're at in the case and their confidence level, I believe wholeheartedly that those that are responsible will be brought to justice.
Which is what everyone should want. Everyone. And
you know what? If you're right, you're right. If you're wrong, you're wrong. But one thing that we should come together on is that those that are responsible should pay for this.
Abso-freaking-lutely. Yes. Absolutely.
Is there anything else that I can clear up?
People have been asking, has Seth been working? He has been working for the last, 2 or 3 months?
It's coming up on 3 months.
Yeah. Yeah. He just didn't
tell
put it
people
out
when he
there.
went back to work because it was not anybody's business. But common sense says this: if you know anything about disability, you get a portion of your income. Seth is not a man with a lot of means. Most people that know him know that. He needs the money that he makes to survive. He is still actively paying API for the hard expenses that are incurred in her work.
Can I just say something? Seth's truck has been broke down for how long? How long was it broke down for?
So Seth's truck was broke down for, I want to say 6 weeks, maybe longer.
Yeah, like it was done, like motor or something, wasn't it?
The motor blew on the way back from one of the court cases that we supported Betty.
Yeah. He didn't put it out there poor, pitiful me or anything like that. He never said anything. None of us said anything. You know what I mean?
And the man was paying $400 a week for a rental car.
$400 a week for a rental car. And that's exactly right.
So that he could get back and forth to work.
Yep. And do what he needed to do, go where he needed to go to continue.
Yep. That's exactly right. So, the man has been through it.
He sure has.
Like him, love him, or hate him, but the man is innocent.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying.
Fun fact.
like him or not, I guarantee you, he had nothing to do with this. You can.
Oh no, and I think in the heart of hearts of the people,
Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that.
they know that. And you know, this is like situations in life when you realize that you're on the wrong side of things. Sometimes you counteract that with attacking the right side, and that's what's going on here. I mean, there's desperation. You've got CP coming on a Creators Live, fighting with somebody that supported him. It's just a mess, and the volume.
Fighting with someone because of something he told them, and the creator was telling the truth about what he told him.
100%, and I commend. And I know we don't want to talk about creators' names. I'll call him EP.
Right.
But I commend him for asking the tough questions. I commend him for holding him accountable. And I would expect the creators that we work with to hold Seth accountable if he had said something that wasn't true or wasn't consistent. And if you remember, the thing that got ET fired up is he called CP out for releasing baloney information behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he called him out for.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, he tried to say it was him, it was Seth. Well, I can tell you, we have not released 1 ounce of baloney information. We haven't, we won't. And we have not, you know, you're one of the creators that we've worked
Absolutely.
closely with. We do not dictate what you guys do. We do not push your narrative. We don't do any of that.
Never. I would look at you sideways. I would look at Seth sideways if somebody told me what to put out on my channel. You know what I mean?
If
like
I
that.
have a message that I would like you to push out to your audience, I do exactly what I did
Well,
tonight.
you just say, throw me a link or call. That's what you say. I'll let you say it. Nobody can say it better than you.
And you know that we've worked with Betty longer than we've worked with anybody else, and Betty can tell you the same thing. You guys talk, you know. We have never pushed a narrative with Betty.
Never.
We've allowed her to do what she does.
There's no need. He was at work. There's nothing to push other than find Sebastian and hold those who did this accountable to law enforcement. Keep his name out there. If you can help, help.
Right. And,
it's really that simple.
You know, there is no perfect parent. I'm not going to sit here and say that any parent is perfect, whether it be Seth, whether it be CP, KP, myself, my wife,
Sure.
anybody.
Right.
But I can tell you that everything that Seth's done regarding his son, which, by the way, he raised the first 6 to 8 years he was alive.
Yep.
Everything he's done has been around trying to provide a better life for his son. And what a lot of people get lost in is the fact that Katie had primary custody of him, which, you know, most of the time the mothers will get that. Katie and Chris decided they wanted to move to Tennessee to be closer to Chris's family. Well, the only way Seth could continue to see his son is he had to move from California to Tennessee.
Right.
So anywhere they had to move, you can look at where Seth lived. There's a reason he lived where they lived. He moved every time they moved to see that boy 2 days every other week. To me, that's love.
Yep. I mean, he moved. You know, Edgar didn't do that.
Well, no, not at all. He didn't see him moving to Mexico.
No. And truthfully, that's, that was so, Katie could be with him and Seth, that's the best for any kid, if there's a split home. And that's what he did.
If I didn't know everything I know now, I would make the same statement regarding Katie and Seth that I would make about any other split family. I believe that unless there's an unfit environment, that it is always best for a child to have the mother and the father in their life, regardless of how they feel about each other.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, that's my strong belief. And I made the statement the other night that, there are toxic marriages where a child's in a toxic environment. And if the marriage splits up, then they can be in two strong environments instead of one toxic environment. And I commend the people that have had to do that to give, their child two positive environments.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anything ill of anybody that needs to split up because, the relationship is toxic. But knowing what I know now, I can't say that because there was one environment that was his happy place and there was one environment that he was in that was not a great environment for him.
Hey, Little Red. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. I subbed up to your channel because I didn't realize you had a channel, and then I went over and subbed. So, yes, Trishy, they are desperate to throw out distractions, in my opinion, as well. Very well said. Very well said. Tony kind of unpacked a little bit more in that one in terms of like CP. It was a great point. It's not like Chris went over and moved to be where his daughter was, especially since they knew that Seth would move anywhere Sebastian did. If he really wanted to be close to his daughter, then he would have went ahead and moved closer, in my opinion, as well. That's what a good parent does. That's what a parent who truly wants to be around their child, that's what they do. If they want to be a part of their child's life, they're a part of their child's life. Nothing can stop them from doing that. And Seth proves that right there. Hi, Ember. Nice to see you. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, wonderful. I'm so glad that you're here. I'm so glad that you're here. And then creators saying that Seth is lazy. So that is something that I believe after ET came out on his podcast, I really believe that that is something that was spoon-fed to creators by Chris and Katie, in my opinion, saying that Seth was lazy and that he never worked. I don't believe that for 1 second. I don't believe that for a second. We all have to work. We all have to go out there and provide for ourselves. And then also, if Sebastian was staying the majority of the time at his mother's house, and then child support comes into play, so then they're going to have to pay that. So there's that. Seth has never been a suspect. Nobody has been cleared. So Tony says Seth has never been a suspect. I believe that. I believe that. In my opinion, I believe that the reason why Sumner County will not clear any of the parents is because they don't want to tip off Chris and Katie. That's just my opinion, and that's purely speculation. I don't know that for a fact, but when I look at the case and I see them being so hush-hush and they won't clear anyone, it just leads me to believe that the reason why they won't clear anyone is because they have to treat it that way for a reason. And the reason why is because if they clear Seth, then the only two left in the equation would be Chris and Katie. And so they don't want to do that. They want to keep things very close to the vest like they have been. So I wanted to correct myself again. Tony confirms that Seth has been back to work now for 3 months. So I don't blame him for not telling anybody that he went back to work. God only knows what kind of people would show up at his job or try to call up there or cause trouble. So for him to keep that under wraps, that is, his prerogative, and I would do the same thing. I wouldn't want people to show up to my job or cause any issues at my job. That definitely happens when you're dealing with the flying monkeys and things like that. So Seth's truck was broken down for 6 weeks, guys. He rented a car for $400 a week. It's very expensive. It did not slow him down. I can only imagine if I can only imagine if Chris or Katie's car broke down, the excuses, our car's broken down. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you this that you didn't know. And now you'll twist this too. Our car's been broken down for 6 weeks and we, da 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 da. I can just hear it now. But instead, Seth handled his business. It didn't slow him down. And he's continued to advocate for Sebastian, be there for Sebastian as much as he can without him being around, and he's still missing. But he has done everything that he can to continue to search for his son, and he has not given up. And with that, I am going to pop up this very last video I have.
Is there anything else I can clear up for you or your audience if you want to wait a minute? You want
Sure.
to let somebody ask? If somebody asked a question.
Is there any questions?
Is there going to be an arrest coming soon? That is not something that if I knew I could answer. And I can tell you this. I'll make the statement one more time. I am 1,000% confident that those that are responsible will be brought to justice. I believe that with everything I know and everything I feel.
And, like I said, when Seth, I know Seth, right? And I knew once he said because I knew it wasn't easy Seth to change like that. You know what I mean? Like for everything.
Well, Seth did a 180-degree turn
Right.
the way he felt about Sumter County.
Right.
And the reason is that we went from not getting any communication, and you have to remember when Seth was out there just searching random areas, a lot of that was because he was uneducated. He was not getting information from them that would lead him to search a certain area or to not search a certain area. So he was doing what any loving father would do, and he was just going out and, searching anywhere he could search.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when you start getting communication, we went from not getting any communication to getting a mountain of communication. And, now he understands where the case is at. He's at peace with that. And he is on the same page I am, that he's 1,000% confident that, those responsible will be brought to justice. And we don't believe that they are lacking, information or evidence. We don't believe that they're not working hard. We believe that they are working overtime to get this case solved.
That's really good to know. That's really encouraging. Like said Lawyer just said, very encouraging. It's
somebody asked why I believe that KP won't talk to Seth. I think that you could probably answer that. When you've got someone that acts as a gatekeeper. I don't know if this is true or not true, but I know it's been put out there that she has pleaded the fifth and is not talking to anybody anymore. I would venture to say that has something to do with the same reason that she's not going to talk to Seth in private. I think that most of the people that understand the history of their relationship, Seth probably still knows her as well or better than anyone.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, there's nobody that knows you like someone you've been married to or made a child with. You know what I mean? It's like
exactly. So I think that there's no world where CP is going to allow them to have a private conversation.
Yeah, I think that's very guarded.
And here's the other thing for all the hate channels that are out there that will replay this and listen to it. Since you are in communication with the other side, let me throw this out there to you.
Okay.
I can reach out personally to Nancy Grace.
Mm-hmm.
I've got her phone number. I've got her producer's phone number.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we just reach out to Nancy, and why don't we have Nancy set up a live polygraph for all three of them?
That's a great idea.
And I can tell you that my guy will be 100% in on that. So let's do a public polygraph live with an FBI polygrapher, and then everybody can go sit down and shut up, or they can do what they want to do. But I can speak for Seth when I tell you that we are all in for that, and Nancy would do it in 2 seconds.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely.
So I'll leave you guys with that. We are open and willing, and we'll jump on the show with Nancy and do that without even thinking about it.
Yeah. Well, because like I always say in crime, people who have nothing to hide nothing.
Yeah. And the truth is, we'll let them pick the polygrapher. If they don't like Nancy, they can pick the polygrapher.
That works. That works.
It doesn't have to be ours. It doesn't have to be something we control. We'll just show up and tell the truth.
Yep. Yeah. That way, puts it all to bed.
Yeah, I would love, love to see a live polygraph on Nancy Grace. I thought that was a really smart move of Tony to kind of put that out there and be like, hey, why don't we just do a live poly? I mean, Seth's game. What about you guys? I like Justin's quote, him saying, if you don't have anything to hide, then it shouldn't be a problem, right? Basically. And Lil Red, you can feel free to come in and drop your channel link in here. I wasn't too long ago that I had a little tiny channel. Mine's not terribly big, but a great community. I think it's my thing, and I learned this from Terry Lynn. It's like basically quality over quantity, and I believe that in real life too, so I'm excited for you and your little studio. This is my little studio. It's small, but you only really need a little spot. So that's wonderful. That's wonderful. Yes, I know you'll grow too. Yeah, absolutely. What Sandy says, the stinky feet aren't gonna show up. He didn't show up the first time. I don't think Nancy's gonna fall for it, Sandy. She's gonna be like, oh hell no. Oh Oh goodness. Trishy says facts. Oh, thank you, Star. I know Nick the Hat was in here the one night. He said my podcast was soothing, and I was like, I hope he wasn't like falling asleep. I hope it wasn't. I hope he wasn't like ready to knock out. Like, oh, I'll put Lady Freedom on tonight. So, Stinky Feet. Sandy's so hilarious. Oh yeah. Oh no. If he called in, I would hang up on him. Like, next. Next. I think the reason why Katie doesn't want to come out and talk, is because basically, oh, thank you, Donna. It's basically because she keeps messing up really bad, and I think it's exhausting. And then every time she has to hear about it, I mean, I don't particularly blame her. Um, I think it's a bad look. Like, it doesn't look good at all. But in the same way, she did a really it was really bad, the QB interview. They were trying really, really hard to kind of guide her into the right direction. But it failed miserably. It really did. Um, so we don't talk about trucks. Stop. Oh no, FS is posting on X right now. Oh my gosh. I mean, it just comes to a point where maybe they should take the lead from Katie and just kind of quiet down for a little while. Simmer down now, simmer down now. It's like, it's just not good. I thought when they put the 4 photos out that it made the feet look worse. That was just my opinion. I was like, what are they trying to accomplish here? So yeah, it just seems like not helping, not helping. Sandy says I have to write a truck song. Country, of course. That's so funny. Don't mention my little red card. No, yes, please. Don't mention little red. Oh no. Oh, what did Star say? Let's see. Stinky socks. Yeah, I've been calling them the flying monkey socks lately. Because I saw a little sock monkey. Poor little sock monkeys. I feel bad now because now I'm calling them flying monkey socks. But it just reminded me of, I was like, oh yeah, there is sock monkeys. And then I was like, flying monkey socks. So I'll probably have to do a custom emoji on that one too, guys. Poppy says Lady Freedom Star, and I started a thought, our wheels spinning. Don't ask me to think in the morning. I think at night. Anyway, about trafficking group foster boys homes, the state's overflow. Yeah, well, I remember when I was living in Missouri, I called to a few different homes in the area, like the for individuals with autism, and they said that they don't take anybody from out of state. But then one of the homes that Tony mentioned on Mr. and Mrs. E's crime cast was in Missouri, and I was like, holy cow, that's weird, because the ones that I called, they said they won't take anybody from out of state. Because I was like, hi, my my son, I'm looking for a place for my son, and I live in Tennessee, and da 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 da. And they're like, well, we can't take him because he's from out of state. And I was like, oh, okay. Doing a little sleuthing there, but Trishy says FSF's new nickname, FOS. Oh my goodness. That's awesome, full of shit. It's just like, when you do that kind of thing, it just makes you look bad. I don't know what he's thinking. If he's gonna ruin his reputation. Just like Gray Hughes, when I was talking about that earlier, or like, I thought he was kind of a smart guy with the mapping and stuff, but then when he was sticking up for Chris and acting like that on the web sleuths, I'm like, I just can't with you anymore. Star says my dark humor is leaving CP country songs. They're usually about losing things. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Toenail family. Hey, we have a Lagrisha 2 Chains, aka Talento. She's the bad toenail family. Oh my goodness, Lil Red, that's hilarious. Oh, good, Lil Red. I haven't checked their community wall. Did they post something? Because I sent prayers and I was really hoping that everything was going well for Middle E. Yeah, I'm so happy too. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you for sharing that because I'm going to tell you, it's like there's not enough hours in the day. And as soon as I can get like my laptop set up and everything streaming, I have to get a new one first, but that way I could kind of stream things as we go, and I think it'll be a little bit different, but now I have to prepare the clips and upload them and stuff, so it takes a little while to do it because you can only do like on StreamYard, you can only upload like a 10-minute clip, but if it's got a lot of megabytes or whatever in it, then it'll be like, this is too big, this file's too big, so it's a balancing act. It's a balancing act. And Trish, she says, Poppy Love, I don't think the trafficking theory is true, but rather a strategy, in my opinion. Oh, okay, Trishy, that makes sense. I can see that. I can see that. Hey, Karen, nice to see you. Welcome in. That is, that's interesting, guys. I mean, I can see both. I hope that it's not a trafficking situation. I'm just wondering, I mean, either way, the feet would have to be involved, right? At the 3 a.m. flashlight. I mean, I'm going to think about that a little bit more. The fungus among us. Star. That's funny. Yeah, Little Red says, I feel like they're putting all of that out to make someone mad enough to come forward. Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's a valid strategy. I Anything at this point. It's like, I think that everybody's desperate, but in the same way, I think that the desperation is showing through, like Tony said, a lot when it comes to the feet and then SF, especially if he's like blowing up Twitterverse or Xverse. I don't know. I still call it Twitter. And Poppy says, can we talk about this tomorrow night? Maybe. I know some names of places and there's no accountability. Once the kids turn over to these places, maybe Dog is thinking Sebastian in one. Yeah, we can talk about that tomorrow, Poppy, for sure. Let me write it on my other sheet where I have my notes because I'm gonna research Jana's sister Crystal's case too tonight. But we'll do Yeda and then the schools again. We'll revisit the schools. Yeah, because I definitely did a little bit of research back then. I believe I was watching BHB and she said something about it and it like sparked my interest and I was like, let me go ahead and check it out. And I believe I commented either on hers, maybe it was Pascal though, now that I'm thinking about it. It was one of the two. And I remembered like the very next day I was calling I was calling places and research, like, Googling schools for autistic individuals, autistic kids, teens, that sort of thing. And I had called a bunch of them that for whatever reason, it just didn't seem like it fit. But I don't remember calling the one that Tony mentioned. So, oh, thank you. Thanks, Star. Yes, they said the surgery was good. Recovering. Yay. That's amazing. Good. It's so sad when a young person has to go through all that. You know what I mean? It's just, oh no, laptop hell. Oh, I'll tell you what, it's hard. I have an older one and I was trying to stream on it and it was just like, it was buffering. Either StreamYard was buffering or the clip that I was trying to show was buffering. And I was like, never again until I get a better computer. Laura, thank you. Laura Cobb, I put in the beginning of in the beginning of my Christmas live, I made a video for Sebastian well, and Seth and the family, and I added your ornament in there, and then I pinned the comment so you can go back and look and see because I thought that was a beautiful ornament that you made for Sebastian. Yes, it is great. Thank you, Lil Red. The path says the proud FOS socks. We have to use codes all the time, you know? It's silly. It's silly. Trishy says they could have used phony identification. Yeah, they could have. They very well could have. It's not very hard to get certain documents. I know that it seems like some kind of like a weird spy movie that we've seen, you know, in the past or something like that. But you can definitely obtain phony identification. I agree, Trishy. Lil Red says, we need to talk, lady. Yes, laptop hell is real. Yes, absolutely, Lil Red. You can send me a message on I have the Facebook and then also like my email. I would love to talk with you. That's funny. It is. It's like they make it look so easy. Everybody makes it look so easy, and then you get up here and you're like, oh, oh boy. Like, how do I do this? But it's cool that you can upload the clips. I'm getting kind of used to that. You know, and StreamYard can be kind of crazy, but I hear that we'll have to start using the YouTube studio. So I might try to just keep, you know, slowly try to do a couple lives over there. But now I'm getting used to the StreamYard. I knew that was going to happen. Um, and Trishy says, yes, the path. Poppy says, SF. He's pro bono, but charges 4K. What? Oh gosh. Yes, ma'am. It's weird. HS, he's the one that was going around saying he was the lead detective for the case or something just 2 weeks ago, right? Yeah, he was like, he's the lead PI, like, for the case. I mean, I think it was just somebody that the Proud Feet acquired that was willing to basically disparage Seth and come up with all of this, like, research that really didn't hold any weight. And like I said, tomorrow we'll definitely go over the Yada interview and she'll let us all know, like, just so you guys know, Seth did not do anything to Katie like that. Not like like they said, like SF went way too far with that. That's where I lost all the respect for the man. Because I followed him during the Kylie Rodney case. And you know, he was gracious enough to answer a question in Pascal's chat during Riley's training for me. But when I saw that, I was like, it's just not right. If it was true, I could see that. And then you had other creators that were basically using Maddie Soto and KP as analogies for one another, saying that KP was just like Maddie and Seth was just like Stefan Stearns. And I was like, I wanted to vomit. I was like, that is awful. Like, how dare you? Sandy says, I'm open on the trafficking situation. The returning flashlight is the only thing. Right. Well, the only, you know, and I agree, Sandy. I think too, oh, how do I put this? So if there was like a handoff in the flashlight video and KP just like went back to the house as if nothing happened, and then they took him, and I mean, I wouldn't put it past them that maybe they trafficked their own child. I wouldn't put it past them because they wanted him gone, right? I mean, I hate saying it like that. I hate that. I don't like it. It's hurtful. I would hate for Sebastian to hear something like that, but it's to the point where I think that it's a strong possibility. The proud athlete's foot socks. Star. I always say stepfoot because of Star. She cracked me up with that. I was like, that's a good one. That's a good name. Star Lambert, you're on a roll. Oh, don't be sorry forever, Nikki's mom. Oh yeah. I'm glad you're here, hon. I'm glad. We're about to the end, but I'm glad you're here always, always. I'm glad you got some rest, and I hope your grandson is doing great. And Star says, Sandy, it's community effort. I'm worried about Joseph Rapp. I hope he comes back in. I feel so bad last night. I misread his comment, and he probably thinks I'm a ditz now. And Sandy says, when do you sleep, lady? I got a little bit extra sleep because my live shut down last night, and then I fell asleep early, like around 3, which is early for me. But a lot of times I am up doing research and things like that. So I'm good if I get like 5 or 6 hours, but then I'm the type of person, it's like a camel, like I store the sleep and then I'll sleep for like, an extended period of time. But it just, I have insomnia. I've had it for a long time. Even I think when I was a kid, I started developing insomnia. Little Red says, I will give you my theory, and it's out there. So I feel like KK never wanted children. Now she played along with CP, but the best way to lose a custody case is Sebastian going missing. Ooh. Wow, yeah. Yeah. I mean, she seemed to really like having Faith around, but it could have been just an act. And I think they enjoy hurting Nina in tandem. It's like they both have that little mean streak where they like it. They like being able to have that control over another person, and kind of my best friend. Well, my best friend Billy, he would say, don't let my ex narcissist run my emotional throttle. And that's what narcissists love to do. They love to run our emotional throttle, right? Just to see if they can, and they love the reaction. So yeah, I could totally see that I don't think either one of them wanted any kids. I think they're just happy as clams. If it wasn't for um, having that power and control over Nina, they probably wouldn't want, Faith around, in my opinion. And I hate to say that, because it's sad. But your theory makes sense, though. Yeah, like that she didn't want any kids, so she played along with CP. And then the best way to lose a custody case would be for your own kid to go missing. I mean, that's smart. I can definitely see that. Who needs a tardy slip? Just kidding. I know. Oh my gosh. I had to give myself a tardy slip the one day because I was uploading videos, and I'm like, I was like 5 minutes late. Little Red. Sandy says, yes, Star, we feed each other like 2 brats in the back of the class. At Catholic school. Yes, I went to Catholic school too. Sandy, that's hilarious. No wonder we're all so silly. We had to be sneaky with those nuns. That's funny. How many of us were indoctrinated anyhow? Star. Well, Red, yes, I am seeing buffering hell too. Oh no. Yes. Laura made a beautiful ornament for Sebastian, the faux family. Yes. Oh, yes. Oh my goodness. Whenever you can, Laura, I appreciate it so much. I just thought it was so cute. I was like, if I would do a Christmas video, I got to add that in there. Um, yes, because it was so beautiful to do that. Foot's anonymous. That's what we should call. That's what we need to call all the lives lately. Foot's anonymous. Oh my goodness, Star, you're awesome. Forever Nikki's mom, I did have a sleep. Oh, I've been asleep since we were in earlier this afternoon. Oh, good. I'm glad you got some sleep. You do like YouTube Studio, Little Red? I'm not so used to it yet. Like, oh, I need to get used to it. Nikki's mom. I'm hoping I can crash after I pick my son up from work. He's a security guard and his schedule is bonkers. Oh, Star, that's so sweet. Jimmy Carter died 100 years ago. Oh, Jimmy Carter. Lil Red says, see, I think someone's wanted their 15 minutes of fame by going to the dark side. Yeah, absolutely. That's a really good point. Um, it's unfortunate, but like even as new creators and things, we don't understand really the YouTube verse as well. Some of us do if we've like kind of been around it and things like that. But like there's been so many things that I've learned. And the one thing is like not to get involved with some of those channels that are just so like it's not worth it to me. It's not worth it to me to have somebody promote me that is um, that has like a dark heart and is not a good person. We all have our flaws, but um, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Sandy, I could, yeah, and I can send you the link too. Yeah, that would be great. Thank you so much, Forever Nikki's mom. Yeah, because I want to get you guys all in the mod chat. I told everybody before we went live tonight that they could whack a troll if they if they want to. I was like, trust your gut, just whack them trolls. Little Red, I figure several have because there's more money there. That's the thing too. I don't know. I always have to I always have to consider the fact that there are people that are willing to watch. So it's not always you know, it's not necessarily the creator's fault. But in the same way, I just don't want to like sell my soul for that. I mean, I don't like that environment. I can't do that toxic stuff. It's too much for me. It's triggering. And then also, I mean, the cases that we're talking about are so bleak that like if I can't handle that negativity. Even when I have to listen to those interviews, it puts me in like a funk and I don't like it. I can't. Think about this. Who would traffic a child with medical problems? To me, that seems like a no. Right, exactly. Yeah. Well, and who would take on the responsibility? I mean, i- individuals who are on the spectrum, if their routine is off just even a little bit, it can send them into a meltdown. If they're overstimulated, that can cause issues. So I agree absolutely. And then also with all of the the fear-based accidents, in my opinion, I think they were fear-based, and Sebastian's regression and things like that, it would be very difficult. And I think that's why CPS didn't take Sebastian and place him anywhere other than leaving him in that awful environment. The path said if they walked him out a door, the dogs would get the scent. Exactly. Exactly. And I really wonder if Katie switched shoes with Sebastian. I'm still playing with that theory in my mind. Their shoes were just so similar. It was so weird when I saw that. I was like, "What in the world is this? What in the actual f is going on here?" Um, and Poppy says, "Trisha, you certainly might be right. I don't know. It's just a thought since they were looking at a school and dog about trafficking and work home. I guess it's just a thought, bit of hope." I know. Well, see, in the best case scenario would be that he's out there somewhere. And then the worst case scenario, of course, I don't have to tell you guys this, but um, that there was, foul play involved, and um, yeah. It's awful to think about. Ah, I'm glad Forever Nikki's mom. Hey, Jen and Don, though, I'm glad you're back. Oh, thank you, Little Red. Thank you. I need to do that too with everything. I forget to do that, and then I'll be like, "How come I didn't know?" And then I'll be like, "Oh, you didn't say no. You didn't set your notifications." I'm so bad with that. Don't feel bad. I'm the same way. Little Red or Star says Little Red. I agree. I don't think he's in one of those, but I don't think that's what At Night was alluding to in the trafficking post. You know, it's so hard to tell. I know that we've had to read between the lines, like, I am too, Little Red. I'm a night owl too. Um, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. I know that they're directing a lot of it towards the feet. And the funniest thing is like Nick wasn't about doing that at first. He waited to research, and he warned them. He's like, if I find out any different, and once he found out different, he certainly started putting out more kind of you know, Chris's favorite word, insinuations. So Sandy says, wow, good point. Never thought of that. But yes, that makes me sick. Oh my goodness. Wow. KP said BHB keeps insinuating double hockey sticks. Yeah, my son. Oh boy. But maybe she didn't. Wow. I know. Oh, hey, Joseph. Good. I'm so glad. I'm so glad you're here. You're welcome. Yes, of course. I was just like a ditch last night. I was like, did I say tornado? Like, what the heck? So I just wanted to, yeah, I'm so glad you're here. Thank you for letting us know. I was thinking about you. Definitely. The Path says, I wonder who helped KP take down all the security cameras in the house that night. Oh, yeah, that's her job, right? Right. And you notice how she doesn't tell Nancy that she works for Brinks. She was just like, she basically says, I'm an installation technician. And then Nancy's like, well, what are you going to school for? And she's like, she says business. She says business administration. I'm like, okay. Oh yes. Sorry guys. I don't put that one up there. I realized last night too. Yay. Star. Thank you. I was watching my live, which I don't do. I don't do that, guys. I try not to because I'm my biggest critic. So, but last night was good because like I realized some things. Like, oh, I should probably click on every single comment and like. So it was good. But I wanted to timestamp it because there was a minute, like at the end, there was like probably 10 minutes where there was no talking, and I didn't want somebody to like be watching the replay and think that I was coming back. So I wanted to timestamp it, pin it in the comments. That way, people would say, okay, she was off at this time. And the Past says, in my opinion, KP and CP cannot afford the house on their salaries. Maybe another income coming from somewhere else, perhaps. Yeah, well, and I think that the Bauer, or I think the Flying Monkey Socks, I think they would help out. Definitely. I'm under. Well, I did some research and I saw that I believe that's the house is in KP's name from what I saw. I don't think CP is on the actual deed for it, Um, but I could be wrong. But that's what I saw. Little Red says, think about what Sebastian said, the reason Sebastian has 3 names. Oh, excuse me. Think about what Seth said, the reason why Sebastian has 3 names. I never saw that. I would like to see that. I would like to see that. Because I have not. I thought it was because of that Seth said he liked the name Sebastian, and then Wayne is his dad's middle name, or his dad's name, I can't remember. And then Drake is a baby dragon. But I heard about that, Little Red. Yeah. Yeah, I heard about that there was some pregnancies that were terminated. Dream says, "Oh, my stars just got caught up. Not a good to put that out. He just seriously may have caused some serious issues for Sebastian and his safety. I am so angry. He is insane. Why, Dreams? What is it? What is it? Sorry, get the at night chair. Oh. I'm so sorry forever, Nikki's mom. I'm so sorry, honey. Yeah, night terrors are not fun. Dolly ended. Thanks, Chief. And Lil Red says, I was threatened with Catholic school, but I chose to stop acting out in junior high. um, we went to Catholic school because I lived in a like really bad neighborhood, and like where we were gonna go, they had like metal detectors at the door at school, and my parents were like, "We're just gonna put you in the private school." So they put us in a private school for a couple of years, and I was in Catholic school. Um, those nuns don't play around. They do not play around. Aw, thank you, Lil Red. You're hilarious too. I love having you in here. We got to make light of some of it, guys. You know, I don't think it's funny, um, the subject matter and stuff like that, but I do think like the ridiculousness of the feet is funny at times. And oh, good, Chief, we're glad. I have to be hyper vigilant at night since I was very young. Oh, I'm so sorry, Star. I'm so sorry. Oh, I got DC, but you left so quiet. YouTube Studio has features that you could pay for on other creator sites. Oh, okay. They're gonna start charging us to use the studio, those punks. You should have heard me in the chat earlier. Chief was on a roll earlier. See, I agree. I don't think we should ever say negative things about another channel no matter what they are doing. Yeah, it is hard. You know what's been so hard in this case is like that is very difficult is because like the other creators that have the proud feet on, it's very difficult because that's who they're going to. Like typically parents with kids that are missing, they'll usually go to the news outlets, so it's like less drama, but this time it is a whole different ball game, so it's very difficult. I try to use content from people that I like more than, you know, people that I don't, just to make it a little bit easier, but it is tough. It is tough. We all work really, really hard. The creators work really hard. A lot of us, well, I'll say all of us, you know, to create something and put that out into the world is, it takes a lot of strength, courage, vulnerability. You know, it's absolutely brave in every sense of the word. So, um, you know, I try not to knock anybody either or be disrespectful. Yeah, definitely, definitely. Trishy, make sure. And you know what, Trishy, I should have just texted you. I'm so bad with that too. I've been just like crazy busy doing all this you know, kind of stuff behind the scenes. And then I didn't know Tony went on Justin. And so I was like, I got to go find it. And then I wasn't smart enough that, you know, to realize that Justin put it on the bottom, Tony Mathis on the phone. And so like I was scrolling through, I was like, oh, there it is. And it was just, it's like not enough hours in the day. Jenna down there says, I can't get over the people who are creators friending people who could be a part of a crime. They are going to end up being contacted or connected to the crime. Yeah, Jen and Don though, and I think that kind of goes back to that whole RICO filing and things like that. So I agree. I wouldn't want to, you know, like don't get me wrong. If Seth said, "Hey, Lady Freedom, can I come on your channel and speak?" I would allow him to. I said a long time ago that I wouldn't allow Chris Proudfoot on my channel, and I stand firm on that. But I would have Katie on if she would come on by herself. I'd talk to her. But Chris, I don't have anything to say to him. He shouldn't have anything to say to me. He wasn't home. If he says he wasn't home, then why would he want to talk? He doesn't know anything anyway, in my opinion. So I definitely don't want his bad mojo over here. And Poppy says, I think that's the word you might be looking for. Dark Heart's good too. Yeah, I couldn't stand 5 minutes of it. I just wanted to hear what they were saying about Seth. I know it's very difficult. I know, and I do that too sometimes. Like if I watch like War Damn Eagle and stuff like that, because they'll play Chronicles of the Shady is another one that you can hear some things that you're like, oh my gosh, they said what? What in the world is going on over there? And I never even knew half these people existed before that. Star says, remember, word salad. They said shoes, not boots, not sandals, not slippers. True, true, Star. And we always gotta take that into consideration, because especially when we have Chris saying, well, you didn't, when you asked me this, he's done that several times. He did it on Duchess. He did it on Smiley when Josh confronted him about the CPS reports. He definitely loves semantics word salad. Absolutely. The past says, imagine how upsetting this all is for kids at his school and the neighbors. I mean, I can't even imagine how his neighbors feel. His little friends at school. I do believe he had friends at school. I don't believe them when they said that nobody wanted to talk to Sebastian. He's just a cute little kid. He's sweet. Um, his teachers, by all accounts, said he was a great kid, a joy to have around. So yeah. Oh yeah, Chief. I saw that a little bit. I saw that little action, how you guys got engaged. I was happy. I thought Dreams might be like marrying you guys on the show. On the show. And Little Red. So congratulations. She's a keeper, I'm telling you. If you break her heart, I'll have to come after you. And Little Red says, OMG, mine is so regimented. My child eats peanut butter and apricot jelly for lunch every day, and he will not change his. He graduates in May, already accepted at Texas and A&M and University of Texas Austin. Wow, congratulations, Little Red. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. It's always so rewarding, and you're just so proud when your kids are successful. Um, my daughter, she's graduated from college, but she's on to study, and she works really hard, and um, of course she's criminology. So, um, but yeah, she does a great job, and you should be very, very, very proud. And Poppy says, I don't understand either. I think they're just so vile. I agree. I agree. I mean, there's no other way to put it. I agree. I think it's strategic to get the pressure off of the suspects, in my opinion. Yeah, that would be a good strategy, Trishy. I mean, it really would be. But Sebastian could be alive, and that's good news. Yes, it is, Sandy. I think we're all like hoping for that. You know what I mean? I think we all are hoping and praying that that's the case. That's the best case that we can really hope and pray for. I try not to get too down in the dumps about it. And it's hard, and I know I'm sure you all feel the same way at some point or another. So, but I'm glad that we have each other to kind of like lift each other up and stuff when the hope leaves, we can have somebody to help us kind of bring us out of that. And then the path says CP did not want his daughter around Sebastian because he was concerned about certain behavior apparently, but it's okay for KP to have her niece around Sebastian. Yeah, and the path too. I'm not sure if you all saw the Queen Bee interview. It was May. Let me get the exact date on that one. It was May 23rd, and I think I'll just play it tomorrow. But there was a part where I don't know if CP had too much to drink, allegedly, or if he was just really comfortable. But he told everybody that he exposed Sebastian to a dirty song about playing with his private parts. And it automatically made me think of when they were saying that they didn't want Sebastian around Faith because of the SA that he endured. And I think that he was getting mixed messages, and that Chris was teaching him nasty habits. And um, I'll play it for you guys tomorrow. I could just go clip that real quick. And if you guys want to look the song up, it's by Chuck Berry, and it's called My Dingaling. So Sandy says if KP can install, then she can uninstall. Exactly. Oh, Lil Red, I pray for the same thing. She says, I'm praying we are all wrong. I am. I hope he is coming home and not injured. I hope so too. I hope so too. He deserves to be home. It's been too long. I can't imagine if he's out there you know, wherever he would be. I bet you he just misses his mom and dad terribly. I really believe that. I believe that he loves his mama too. And I think he just misses his folks terribly. Um, yeah, that was a great point about the niece. Great point. I think it was all bull crap. I don't think anybody had to worry. It brings me back to the Christmas pageant that Seth showed. I believe it was a Christmas pageant, but there's a little girl that was standing next to Sebastian, and he fixes her little sash. It fell, and then he goes back to doing his dancing and singing and everything. Um, he's a very kind-hearted kid, very sweet kid. I can just tell by how he did that and helped that little girl. Um, only a compassionate, kind person would do something like that. A selfish person who only cared about themselves would be like, well, too bad for her. She looks like she's having a hard time over there. Instead, he sprung into action, helped fix her little sash, and then got right back into enjoying himself. And okay, Star, drive safe. Drive safe. Thank you for being here, hon. I'll talk to you soon. KP is listed as a primary buyer. Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Lil Red. Yeah. So, it's amazing what you can find on county assessor records. Is the niece not CP's side? Yeah, the niece is CP's side. It would be his sister's daughter. So, and I don't like to show little kids on here or anything like that, like their faces or anything. So I'd never like pull up pictures, but I've gone on Facebook and looked around. So, oh, thank you, Lil Red. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Chief and Brown Eyed. Yeah, Seth named him. Aw. Yes. Well, they were trying to say like Bastion from the Never Ending Story, but his name is Bastion, not Sebastian. Um, yeah. Yeah, email me, dreams. Email me for sure. You guys can always email me. I need to check my emails though too, because I know Tony emailed me. Not Tony Mathis or anybody, but my other Tony. The Arbor name theory strikes me as unlikely. Who would name all of them so early on, then name the one they kept after them? I know that is weird. That is weird, 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 weird. I don't know where that came from. People were saying it was Trevor Lee. I don't think so. I've been familiar with Trevor Lee since Sebastian's case, and he's a very sweet kid. I shouldn't even call him a kid. He is to me because like my daughter's age and things like that. Just I don't know. I'm friends with him on Facebook and everything. He's a good kid. He's a good guy. He's a very good guy in my opinion. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thanks, Dreams. I know sometimes that's my problem too. Like trying to get videos over to people. Like sometimes people will be like, "Hey, do you have that whole video?" And I'm like, "Yeah." I'll try to send it to them, and it'll be way too big. So I know sometimes if you do a link like I don't know if you have an iPhone, you could do like an iPhone link and try and send it that way. Maybe. Chief says I never left. Ooh, sun chips are good, Path. Those are awesome. I love sun chips. ICCP is exactly like Letitia Stock, only concerned with self-image. Absolutely. And even in the clip tonight that I showed, when he said, oh, he's just a child, she said the same dang thing Letitia did about Gannon. Oh, he's just a child, Oh, that lady, she is a real piece. Yeah. Oh, it's free instead of paying. Oh, good. Oh, that's good. I'm like, oh no. All right, Star, you take care, hon. Thank you so much. Love you much. Love you much. And the only thing is about the assisted trafficking, wouldn't they have said he did have access to the internet? That this case makes my head hurt. Right. I mean, you would think if that was like part of it, I know, but they've always maintained that. They've always said that. And then Seth has come out and been like, no, he did have he didn't have a gamer tag, but he used my gamer tag and he was able to play on, and then also like when he was at Seth's house and Seth was at work, he was using his cell phone to contact Katie and Seth and so he had all access there. It was just the full control under the foot. Sandy says YouTube creators are pioneers. It's a very courageous thing to do. Aw, thank you, Sandy. Yes. I don't mind sharing anything. I know, I'm like that too. I'm very open. I think it's the more the merrier. I think people will go where they want to go. I'm not going to try to be like, no, stay over here. Don't go to this person. Unsubscribe from this person. I'll say my opinions on creators and things like that, which, in this case, it was hard not to. I probably would have taken a different approach in different cases. But this one's been really hard, So, oh my goodness, Chief. You're better than I am. I am not a multitasker, guys. I have to focus. Like if I try to be a jack of all trades, I'm a master at none, I guess is the best way I could put it. Um the Chief, Sandy. Sandy says, Chief, you're a three-timer. Wait, Chief got engaged to Brown Eyes. What a player. Thank you, Chief. Thank you very, very. Aw. Yes, very high performing on the spectrum. Yes, yes. I would if it were official. Oh, okay. Today. I think I heard today they do not know where the stinky feet are. Oh gosh, I would hope the FBI is surveilling those guys. I really hope so. If they're not, they're dropping the ball too. But I don't know. Tony says that they're doing a really great job, so hopefully they're hot on the trail. I have a feeling something's going to happen, and I hate that I keep saying that, but I do. And maybe it's just wishful thinking. I hope not. I really hope not. Yes, please play the video about CP and the nasty song. I will. I will play that tomorrow. You guys are gonna be like, bleh. I'm gonna try to find. I think it was either Pascal or there was another girl that Seth went on, and when he told the story about what happened to Sebastian. But what I'm very much interested in is when he was talking about how CP was holding that over Seth's head, saying if anybody, I remember Seth saying, if people knew what Sebastian was like, they wouldn't be searching for him. They wouldn't care that he's missing, to that effect. And I'd love to get that clip and then play you guys the one from QB, because it's absolutely, I mean, I definitely realize the connection like instantly, and I think that you guys will too, and it's so sad. Lil Red says everything bad that happened to that child happened in their home. Why plead riddle me that? Yeah, really good question, Lil Red. Yeah, they and they've tried to like downplay, minimize, act like it wasn't that bad. But you can even see that they like would tease him and things like that. There was another instance in the same interview that, the very last one Katie did, talking about how Sebastian's allergic to deodorant, but yet we don't hear that he took a shower even in the morning before the spaghetti pancakes or after they had that full day of running around. no shower. So was she sending him to school with no shower on Monday morning? That's not nice to do, especially to little boys. I mean, no offense to the men out there, but a boy at the teenage age, they're coming into hormones. They are starting to sweat more and all of that kind of stuff. They get a little stinky, and some of them, little girls are a little different. We're dainty little flowers. We like to be clean and whatnot. Sometimes you got to make your boys, okay, buddy, time to shower, and you don't make fun of them and tell them they're allergic to deodorant. You help them out a little bit and you say, hey, you're going to have to hop in the shower. I mean, it's just about being a good parent and not a bully, in my opinion. The Beth says about the song, oh, really sounds like grooming to me. That's what I said. And I also notified the Sumner County Sheriff and the TBI, and, they didn't call me back for a timestamp or anything like that. But then Craddock has come out many times saying that he's not about social media, but I think that he needs to be in that situation, because if Mr. Foote is on there saying that, then that he should be interested. Whatever the parents are saying, he should be interested in my opinion. But he's got a tunnel vision, and he's had that through this case. I'm operating under the assumption that Sebastian's walked off for a whole week, for crying out loud. And then, oh, now we're going to go back and investigate. Now we're going to get a fresh set of eyes on it. He says that over and over again. We don't know what we don't know. Well, you don't know what you don't know if you don't listen. Do you think I like to sit here and listen to this mess? I certainly don't. But I do it because every time I hear it, I find something different and a new clue. Something I didn't catch before. I make a new connection, especially going back and watching these again. It's like, oh boy, that makes sense, and it just seems like it's been too long with no sighting anywhere. Absolutely. He is so cute, Will Red. And no proof of him walking off. Oh, yeah, was it the collar? Yeah, it was like a collar or a sash. I keep calling it a sash. I don't know what it was, but it was like, or maybe like it was a little scarf, actually, Sandy. And he fixed it up for her. I mean, when I did a tribute song for him, to Breathe by Eddie Vedder, that part is like everything you gave and nothing you would take. That's Sebastian. That's Sebastian. And then we have a taker who is the Foot. Poppy says, I've got to say good night. Good night, Poppy. See you hopefully tomorrow. Continued prayers for Seth. Yes, I'll be here tomorrow. I'm going to get you guys a good show. We'll go over Yeda. We'll talk more about the nasty song and the school. The schools are going to be our topics tomorrow. So I'll be sure to work hard for you guys on that. Dream says he's out of his ever-loving mind. I pray the FBI can find him. Yeah, I agree. I'm going to email you a large file, all of the things, Sebastian. Thank you, Lil Red. Yeah, I would love to get together with you. You can even come up on panel some night. We can discuss it. I like to do that. I like to have people up on panel. I've had Gracie up here. The first person I had on my panel didn't really work out as planned. Got a little crazy. But that's not going to ruin it for everybody else. I'd love to have you up. And then also to collaborate. I think 2 heads are better than 1. I think 3 heads are better than 2, and so on and so on. I think if we all work together, it would be amazing. I just know that the difference of opinion sometimes is what's really keeping us from working together, all of us. But I do believe that we would be able to really, it's like everybody brings a puzzle piece, right? And then by the end we have the full puzzle. It sounds like, it sounds easier than it really is, though. Couponing says, on Smiley's, anyone catch CP saying we would have heard of it? Yep, we would have heard him if he went through the window because he would have screamed. Yeah. And even Nancy's like, well, what's under the window? Is there mulch? And then or what's under the window? And then Katie was like, mulch. And she's like, did you say mulch or mush? And then Katie's like, mulch, but that window was not, I'm 5'6", Sebastian's 5'5". If I wanted to get out that window, I could do it. And I have short legs, so I know I could hop over and without, doing all that noise that he said that would happen. And barbecue potato chips for Sandy. Okay, thank you. I will send my stuff so you have a... Oh, thank you. I appreciate you too, Dreams. Thank you so much. That's right. Yes. Yes, justice for Sebastian, justice for all of these poor kids that are out there. Justice for Jana's sister Crystal. I don't want to botch her. It's McCordy. I should be better with the Irish names. But yes, I'm gonna do a video too on her, and hopefully we can put that together. Oh yes, I wanted to show you guys one more thing, just because I wanted to get your take on it. Give me 1 second. I'm going to show you this last one. I forgot about this little tidbit here.
As the night continues, there will be a community prayer vigil held at Northfield Church in Gallatin at 6. All are welcome to attend, and we'll continue to be here at the headquarters as this search
continues for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers in Sumner County. Aaron Cantrell joins us now from Northfield Church in Gallatin, where a vigil is getting underway.
On day 3, and crews, they have been out all day searching the area, but community members, they felt the need to do something. So they're hosting this prayer vigil, coming together, hoping and praying that he does come home safely. Now, a lot of people want to get out in the community to help search, but first responders say just leave that to them. But this is the best way they can help, by praying. This prayer vigil is getting underway now. Attend events like this, but also keep sharing the poster of Sebastian.
Today, the EMA director says all of the agencies walked a total of 2,000 miles and searched Sebastian's home at least 10 times. The TBI has told us Sebastian's parents are not in a position to speak or share more about him right now, but lead agencies say they will continue searching as long as it takes.
There have been no sightings of Sebastian on home surveillance cameras so far, and the teen's scent, his smell, hasn't been picked up by any canine. Law enforcement say they just want to find the teen and bring him home.
Panda Bear's mom, I'm so sorry. I just read that. If you need to talk ever, just reach out to me on email. If I don't answer, bug me a little bit. But yeah, I'm so sorry. I hate to hear that. I know it's not always easy with family and things like that. So, yeah, just know that you're not alone. You got a lot of friends that care about you here. And, of course, Terry Lynn's and all, you're well known. We love you. And, I just want to show you guys that really quick, guys, because I can understand Nick's post a little bit more. Why the preacher in Gallatin didn't do more for Sebastian being missing, because they were attending the Freedom Church in Gallatin, or they did. And so I found that clip when I was looking through my old clips that I had, and then I realized, I'm like, it is kind of weird that they never mentioned anything about Sebastian at all at their church. I don't think that they were trying to say that the preacher had anything to do with it. I think that he was saying it's kind of just odd that nothing was said, especially if he was in the youth program at the church. So I thought that was interesting, and I just kind of wanted to share that little bit with you guys. Hi, Liza. Nice to see you. Caster's note to Lesnick. No, I didn't. I didn't see that, Liza. Oh, Panda Bear's mom. Oh my goodness, girl. I have had the similar situation. Yeah, I don't know what possesses people to be horrible to each other when someone passes away. I don't know what triggers that. Yeah, it's awful, and I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that your mom passed away. Yeah, to me, This is the way I look at it, guys, and maybe this is silly and simple, but I look at it like this. We can't take any of this crap with us when we go, okay? It all stays behind, and when my folks passed away, all I could say is that I just wanted them back. I didn't care about their stuff. I didn't care about what money they had, what they left me. None of that crap matters to me, but that's just me. So I know things can get really, really ugly. And, you know, I just decided to step away from it. And what they got, they got. And I'm glad they got what they got. And I don't really need any of it. Liza says X on FS. I keep saying FS. SF account. Don't know if it's true, but it's there. Okay, I'm going to go look at that. I'm going to go look at that and do some more research on it, guys. We'll talk about the SF's debaucheries. I'm sure he's got plenty SF on X. I will look at it because you guys keep mentioning it too. I'm so glad you guys were all here today. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Panda Bear. Like I said, you could always email me. Always, always, always. And just know that we're here for you. You have a lot of people that love you. You know, that's the thing. You know, we can't change what other people are going to do. We just can't. And if they want to be awful, hateful jerks, you know, that don't let it affect the good person that you are. That's the thing, because you're an amazing person. Don't let that affect who you are. Don't let them get you bitter. And I know it's hard, but try not to stoop to their level, because then, you know, then you have stuff to feel bad about, you know. I know from experience. Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand it. Oh, yes, I will do that forever, Nikki's mom. You're so sweet. You guys are the best group, I'm telling you. We don't follow SF account. He's BS and I'm not giving him the time of day. Sandy, I know I do not follow. I just I'll just search him, you know. What's funny is on my personal account, I don't have like Dog and Everybody on there. I need to go ahead and do that. But I just have him on my Lady Freedom account, but I'm really bad at Twitter. Like I don't post a whole lot of stuff on there. Castor is the main attorney, the one that was AG, and he was, Trump's lawyer. Okay, Chapman's lawyer too. Yep, I know Lesniak, is it Lesniak? Is that how I say it? Okay, just in Texas, not Pennsylvania. Okay, got it. Aw, we love you too, Panda Bear. We love you too. Silas is just like a little panda bear. He's so cute too. All right, you guys. Well, I love you all so much. I'm going to go ahead and hop off here and start some of this research for tomorrow. And then also I want to do some research on Jana's sister, Crystal's case. They're still looking for justice for Crystal. And I'm going to do some research and do a quick video too, just to kind of show you guys. And then that way we can bring and spread some more awareness. I know there were some other creators in the chat tonight. Thank you so much for helping spread that awareness for Jana. You know, it's a labor of love when you're going out there and you're putting yourself out there, your vulnerable situations out there, because you desperately want justice for your loved one. And it's gonna make me cry to think about it, because it's just a really big labor of love to do that for somebody that needs justice, you know, no matter what, and you're wanting to give them that. Thank you, The Path. Thank you. Yes. Sandy says, I hate it when people come in the chat and say, oh, look what a hater is doing. She says, I'm sorry. It's okay. That's hilarious. Whatever, talk to the hand. That's funny. Sandy, yeah, I know. It's funny. I know that people want to, you know, cover everything. So, Happy New Year, Jackie Taylor. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Oh, thank you, Lil Red. Yeah, that would be wonderful if you want to do a video too. You're welcome, Island. I love that you call me Liberty. That is so cute to me. That makes my day. Yeah, so it's just one of those things when you care so much about somebody, and I just love how her tenacity, just coming in and just being like, "Hey, don't forget about my sister." It's just I just would love to see that from the feet a little bit more, and I would be a lot nicer. But tonight I had a bit of a rant. Yes, much love to our Panda Bear's mom. That's right. Self-care first. That's right. Yes, even if it's like a hot bubble bath, and just candles, a nice book, relax and take your mind off of it. Um, like I said, you can't change what other people are going to do, and you have the best heart. Don't let anybody take that away from you. Sandy. Aw. You guys are so sweet. You guys are so sweet. All right. Bless you, Liza. I'm so glad you were here, girl. It's always nice to see you. It's always nice to see all of you. And I will talk to you tomorrow. And, let's say extra prayers for Sebastian. I'm really hoping that we're going to get some justice soon. This YouTube chatting is my self-care. Absolutely, Trishy. Absolutely. I feel that way too. I feel that way too. It's like cathartic for me to get up here and talk with you guys and share things. And I always said, like in the beginning when I started my channel, I'm like, if I'm willing to talk about other people's stuff, I'm going to talk about my own. So I try to always stay true to that and kind of be here in the moment with you guys. I think there's a reason why all of us like to follow this true crime stuff. It's something has led us here. You know what I mean? I know some people are more morbid about things than others. It's definitely not my reasoning. I really want to spread awareness and stuff like that, and just have kind, loving people like you guys. Forever Nikki's mom, love you so much. Trishy, thank you. Good night. And you're never late. You are a wizard. You are a wizard. I tell everybody that comes in late that you arrive precisely when you mean to, like Gandalf would say from Lord of the Rings. And yes, I'm a nerd. Love you guys. You guys all have a good night. And then I'm just gonna play like this one thing just to leave because I thought it was really, really funny. And then I'll play you guys the Chris. What this is what I feel like Chris was trying to do with Terry Lynn, but it didn't work. So I hope I hope you guys enjoy it, and I hope when Terry sees it, I make her laugh because I love making her laugh. When she laughs, I laugh because her laugh makes me laugh. If that makes sense. Let me see. Here we go. Okay, you guys have a wonderful night. Wonderful night. Thank you all so much.
A girl is fair game until there's a ring on it. And I mean a wedding ring. An engagement ring just means she's ready for one more mistake. Okay, this is perfect. Watch this.
Sometimes I wish I was smooth like Zahid. Of all the people I know, he's the best at girls.
And that's how you do it. Now, I'm gonna go hide in the back because that guy said he's gonna kick my ass and he has a neck tattoo, so